No, the other side.
Looking for a window to the world, a place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Phones has become part of everyday life, from work and school to businesses and socializing. But what if you had to go a whole week without yours? We hit the streets to find out what Nigerians think.
No, I can't even stay 2 minutes without my phone. If you remove God, now my phone. At times, if I plug my phone inside my parlor and then inside my room, once my phone is ringing, because my phone is always on silent, it will be touching me. The once I come out, I see somebody is calling me.
How can I stay without my phone? Like, it keeps me busy and all that. I stay alone, so there's no way I can just be staying without pressing my phone or anything.
No, because I will die. I might die. I will fall sick. Like a lot of things. I will lose a lot of money.
No, I can't. I can't. It's like my phone is like my best friend. Like, I'm like, I can't. I just can't stay without my phone.
Nga ya nọ na ekwentị m ihe ha ka otu izu ma izu abụọ maka na ọ bụrụ na m eji ekwentị m ma ọ na ekwentị m na o furu ma ọ bụ na o nwere ebe nchefuru ekwentị m n'otu izu ụka ọ ga-adị ka a ga-asị na nnukwu ihe hunahara m maka na ekwentị apụtago nke mere na oge m na-agụ sekọndịrị ọ leta ka eji akwụkwọ ozi ka na-akpọ leta ịchọ ka gị na nwanne gị ma ịchọ ka gị na mmadụ kpakọ iwere akwụkwọ ozi wee zigara onye ahụ mana ugbu a enwezi ihe dị ka akwụkwọ ozi nke a na-akpọ leta ya nwa kpataziri ekwentị pụta nke a kpọrọ foonu mezie onye ọbụla foonu ya dafuru ma ọ bụ foonu ya hunara ya ọ dị ka a ga-asị na mmadụ nwụnahara ya maka na ịchọ ịjụta ese onye nke gị ọ bụ ekwentị a ka ị ga-eji jụta ese ọ bụkwanụ na ekwentị ahụ adịghị ọ na-enye nsogbu n'ihi ya ọ bụrụ na ekwentị bụ ndụ m mana ekwentị na-enye aka na ndụ anyị na-ebi kịta.
No, because it's most importantly to me because I use it for my assignments, projects, and for reading. It helps me a lot.
From students to business owners, opinions varies. Some say it is impossible, while others say it is a challenge worth trying. One thing is clear: phones are more than just gadgets. They are essential tools for daily life. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke.
to Sports News at Aneke TV. This morning, I hope you enjoyed your weekend, and I believe that you had a great day yesterday and you had a wonderful season over the weekend. Moving on today, we have a lot of things in the world of sports to of what happens and what has been happening over the weekend. And first story that I'm bringing your way this morning as the Sports Oracle is that Nigeria has scaled through into the semi-finals of the AFCON 2025. Nigeria had to win their counterpart Algeria, who lost to them 2-0, and they scored the goals. Akol scored the goal, and the man called Osimhen had to complete the goal. But Osimhen scored first when immediately we entered second half, and he completed the goal. That's with Daniel Akol. And in that goal he scored, he had to pay a tribute to the DR Congo team for not qualifying. And you know, Algeria mocked DR Congo team. One of the players mocked DR Congo team. So Daniel Akol had to, show something that depicts that this guy, that we are standing with you, DR Congo, regardless of what you have been through. And this is the result of the round. Mali lost to Senegal 1-0. Cameroon lost to Morocco 2-0. And Algeria lost to Nigeria. It looks like almost away teams are winning, something like that. But it is what we see in football. Now, the rest of it all, the match that made a great round on Saturday was Egypt winning Cote d'Ivoire by 3-2. Egypt scored, and they scored 2 goals at first. Cote d'Ivoire replied 1, and they had to score the third goal. Cote d'Ivoire replied 2, thinking that they would complete the game. But it was so painful that they were not able to complete the game yesterday, that they were not able to complete the scoring, the things they desired to score. Now, looking at the score line, I don't know what you think about Mali, Cameroon, and Algeria being knocked out of the AFCON semi-final, and also Cote d'Ivoire. We that are football enthusiasts are looking up to having players who are playing in this country, for this country, return to their various leagues, so that the leagues will get tighter, and that the players will team will come together and we play more. Now, moving into the round of 16, you would see that Nigeria is going to play Morocco on Wednesday. Nigeria is going to play Morocco on Wednesday, and Egypt is going to play Senegal on the same day or the next day, because these things are regulated by weather, and sometimes it could be a little bit of harsh in the weather, and they could shift the match. That's what the CAF officials are contemplating. And the semi-finals is set, and is going to be a massive underscore of what is happening in the AFCON. And this AFCON that started December 15th is already getting into its final stages, and I'm telling you that Nigeria is making that way. Just on Friday, of course, I told you that Nigeria would not have it easier to win Algeria, and Nigeria would try their best to win, of course, but it was not what we predicted as the Sports Oracle. It wasn't what I said. It was actually what happens in the game, because Algeria could not control their game. Now, looking at the semi-finals, people who are qualified for the semi-finals, you see Osimhen representing our country, and the Moroccan guy, and you see Mohamed Salah of Egypt with Sadio Mane of Senegal. This is going to be the highlight of this game. This is going to be the highlight of this glorious AFCON that we are having. Of course, I would have shown you a lot of other highlights, but I'm going to move on from this, because we are talking about football as something that you may not understand until you start seeing the need to put your mind. And as a Sports Oracle, my motive and my job is to bring you the best of this to you. Well, moving on from that, a lot has been happening in the English FA A in the English FA Cup that happened over the weekend. We saw the likes of Arsenal, Manchester City, Manchester United, Chelsea playing, and we saw Wolves trashing their game and winning their game by 6-1. We also saw that there has been a lot of improvement with teams. Now, in the Premier League, we are talking about transfers, and remember, Manchester United sacked their coach just last week after he had a poor run for the season. After 18 months, he had a poor run, of course. Now, this is Michael Carrick, who is leading the front of the managerial role for the team, and Michael Carrick is expected to sign for Manchester United this weekend. He is expected to sign for Manchester United as the new head coach this week. You know, Michael Carrick was the one who came in when Gunnar was sacked. He was the one who took over when Ole Gunnar was sacked. He took over the game, and he did well, of course, in the first 2 to 3 matches. And then I was thinking he will be given a chance to play his game or to do something, but he was not given the chance. And now we are saying that he's about to come back to the team. He's about to come back to the Premier League and also to coach Manchester United. Michael Carrick played, and he had his own share of play when he played for Manchester United, and that was the best time but right now Michael Carrick is about to come back to Manchester United, while Ole Gunnar still on the list. He's waiting for Manchester United to give him a green light so that he can move on to what he being the manager of Manchester United right now is not easy because of the pressures and the team and the fan base. Now, something that as a Manchester United enthusiast, and I would say player, because I played for Manchester United in my dream. As someone who loves this game and who loves to tell you that it's not easy, and having a large fan base like Manchester United is not something that you can just throw in anybody. We're looking at the likes of Luis Enrique from PSG, looking at what he has done, and Manchester United, even on that line, was looking at the Crystal Palace coach, but it was not going to work out. Now we are going for Michael Carrick because we want someone who understands the team, someone who has the team at heart and who has the play at heart. That's what we're talking about, and that's what we're going to see. At the end of the day, we're going to see what happens this week to maintain and to take up the team of Manchester United into the greater heights. Of course, we would see that yesterday Manchester United lost their game against Brighton at home. They lost yesterday because there was a lot of laxity in the play. If you had seen the match, you would see that there was a lot of laxity in the play. And fans have been saying, well, they need to bring back this guy. They need to bring back Ruben Amorim. That Ruben Amorim is not the problem, that he was not the problem, that the team and from the penthouse to the dugout, that the club lacks mentorship and they lacks leadership. That was why they lost. Of course, I'm telling you that yesterday, what happened in the game, it was obvious that Manchester United was not moving at the right direction because of how they played. They did not play so well. Of course, there were lots of chances that was created, but then it was not something that they could write home about. Now, looking at the goal Danny Welbeck scored, it was not something I will blame the striker. I will just blame the defense, and I will blame the laxity of the defense. I will blame the laxity of Patrick Dogu. Of course, he's improving and he's trying to do his best as the left wing back of Manchester United, but that's not enough because we expect you to be at the best of your form. This guy was just subbed. He was just subbed and he came in and scored. Well, that is what happens when you are playing against your former team. You want to register a mark, and that is what happens. And at the end of the day, we're going to see how it goes on. And then on that same light, Manchester City trashed their I want to tell you that Manchester City this news I'm going to tell you right now is, I don't know whether it's heartbreaking, but I'm going to tell you that Manchester City has given and has won their best FA Cup in the history of winning FA Cup, in the history of winning a match in FA Cup. They trashed their opposition 10 goals to 1. And that one was when they have scored the 10th goal complete. Now, looking at this match, I will tell you for a fact that this match yesterday, sorry, on Saturday was something else, because this guy scored 2 own goals from different defenders. I will tell you that it's not exciting. It's somehow, I will say, but this is what happened. This was what happened yesterday. Semenyo, who just came from Bournemouth, had to register, and he became the man of the match on Saturday. While he scored the goal, and he became the man of the match, and that was something of class. The Manchester City are keen on reinvigorating the team and playing a lot. You see that even there were new people that even scored that yesterday. Rico Lewis scored twice. He scored twice. Rodri scored, and if you watch Rodri go, you will see that when you are a legend, you are a legend. There's nothing we can talk about it, and you will see that there's a reason why Manchester City are at the top of the game. Now, moving on from that, Chelsea, on the same note, played on Saturday, and they won 5 goals to 1 to their counterpart, to their opponent. And this is a new mark to the new coach dream of bringing back the team to the spotlight, to where they used to be. And on that match yesterday, he came out to say that he loves the Rosenio, the new Chelsea head coach, came out to say that he loves what is going on, how the team has started playing, that he's so excited, that he is looking forward to playing and having more of this game, and other things that are being attached to it, because he's expecting to make a mark in the long run after he signed a contract till this next summer of 2029. That's what is happening. And moving on from that, you saw that Aston Villa yesterday won their game. They won their game against Tottenham. On Saturday, they won their game against Tottenham, while looking at Aston Villa as the number 3rd team in the Premier League table, making their mark and registering the game and trying to bring out the best in the players. You will see that Tottenham is still struggling with Thomas Frank, trying to find balance in the team. Well, from that, you will see that Calvin Bassey of Fulham, the Nigeria's defender, has shown interest in the AFCON, and as the defender, he can play centre back and he can also play left wing back. But right now, Inter Milan are eyeing him to sign him when he comes back from AFCON. He has been making this interest. He has been pushing himself to get together to what he can do. And I can tell you that all we need to do is that there is nothing about Calvin Bassey right now that is not screaming perfecto, that is not screaming the best, because he came from Eredivisie, from Ajax in 2023 to Fulham, and he has been playing the best of his defense. Of course, Fulham may not have been the best in this, but looking at clubs like Inter trying to reinforce their defense, bringing in Calvin Bassey in, tells you for a fact that this guy is currently at the top of the league. He's at the top of the game, and I can tell you that this is something that we all have not even seen coming. And I believe that in the coming days, the likes of Manchester City, the likes of Manchester United would want to go for such a defender. Of course, he has been excellent in the AFCON, and he has been playing so well. And someone like Calvin Bassey will want to play at the best, and that is why Inter has been going for him. Still in the news, yesterday Real Madrid lost to Barcelona by 2 goals to 3 to lose lose their place in the Spanish Super Cup final. Barcelona now are the champions of the Super Cup final because they won yesterday as they registered 3 goals to 2 by Vinicius and the same guy that has been scoring for Real Madrid. Of course, this guy G. Garcia has been making a lot of impact in the team. Now, talking about the goal from Rafinha and Robert Lewandowski, you would see that Rafinha is now a global star from what he played yesterday. This guy is a global star right now. And looking at the time, again, he scored to seal this victory. Tells you for a fact that there's nothing that is impossible. He came out yesterday to say that he wanted to leave Barcelona, but the coach Hansi Flick told him not to go anywhere, that he will be a backbone and an important person in this team. And look at where Rafinha is now. Look at what he is doing, and look at how much he is making the round. I can tell you for a fact that Rafinha has been one of the best in the league, and he is a sensation. He's a sensation in the league. Congratulations to Barcelona and to Barcelona fans. Well, this is the only time I can congratulate you guys. All of you should take your congratulations from Camp Nou. Well, moving on from that, I will tell you that Victor Boniface, the Nigeria's forward, came out to announce that he will not play throughout 2026 due to his the surgery he went through. His club has announced officially that he's going to be out of 2026. He's going to take a whole year to recover from from the injury he had and from the operation. Of course, it is a difficult time for Boniface, looking and seeing that he did not come, he was not selected for the AFCON that is going on in Morocco. But right now, we could say that our prayers and our wishes are with him. Many footballers, many netizens users came out to wish him a speedy recovery, including his teammates, Osimhen and the rest of them, who came out to wish him, that they want him to recover speedily and that he's going to make a mark when he comes back. Werder Bremen striker who went from Bayer Leverkusen last season, just at the neck of the season, has not registered a lot of games for Werder Bremen. Of course, he has been struggling, and I could say that could be the reason why he was not selected for the AFCON that is currently going on. And I will tell you that we are speedy recovery, and we want him to really recover so fast, and we want him to also know that our thoughts and prayers are with him, and we want him to have a wonderful time. Season is update this morning. Remember, it's your one and only sports oracle. All I do is to bring you the best of sports, and what is happening in the world of sport is what is happening in my own world. And I'm Good Up Chukuma. See you same time, same station tomorrow at Aneke TV to carry you along on what you need to know or what happens in the world. Thank you very much for watching. I am your one and only. See you.
Aneke television. How agidbo mu di egwu nkwa azụrụ n'ahịa mgbochi ogugu kakwa ogugu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgba gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television iduma. Na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the world. I'm Deborah Wakaba, glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu arrives in Abu Dhabi for the 2026 Global Leaders Summit. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors suspend its planned nationwide strike. And on the foreign scene, China reaffirms its support for Somalia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And in business, President Tinubu unveils major locations to key government agencies. And in entertainment, renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie takes legal action against a Lagos hospital over the death of her son. And now to the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, where he is attending the 2026 Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, one of the world's leading platforms on climate action and energy transition. The president arrived late Sunday at the Zayed International Airport. He was received by the United Arab Emirates Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Sheikh Shakbut Nayan Al Nahyan, along with senior Nigerian diplomatic officials. The visit follows a series of high-level engagements in Europe, underscoring Nigeria's renewed emphasis on strategic global partnerships. This year's summit themed "The Nexus of Next, All Systems Go" convenes global leaders, investors, and policy experts to examine pathways to sustainable development, climate financing, and energy security. Presidential aides say Nigeria's participation is aimed at positioning the country as a credible partner in the global energy transition while advancing conversations around investment in climate-resilient infrastructure and green growth. Nigeria on Sunday observed remembrance activities in honor of its fallen military personnel as federal and state authorities paid tribute to the sacrifices made in the defense of the nation. At interdenominational services across the country, leaders described the armed forces as central to Nigeria's unity and continued existence amid security challenges. Senate President Godswill Akpabio, represented by Senator Peter Weboye, said the sacrifices of military personnel must remain a guiding reminder of the cost of peace. State governors also reaffirmed commitments to supporting 7 officers and families of fallen soldiers, while the military leadership emphasized the link between troop welfare and operational effectiveness. Former presidential candidate Peter Obi has raised concerns over the growing traffic congestion on Nigeria's major highways, pointing to the sighting and operation of security checkpoints as a contributing factor. In a public statement, Obi argued that checkpoints positioned at road bottlenecks and construction zones have worsened delays, particularly during peak travel periods. He warned that prolonged gridlock increases accident risk, exposes commuters to fatigue, and heightens insecurity as journeys extend into nighttime hours. Obi called for a review of checkpoint operations, urging security agencies to adopt a more coordinated and risk-based approach that balances safety with public convenience. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has initiated legal action against the Independent National Electoral Commission, Aneke, over allegations of financial mismanagement totaling nearly 56 billion naira. The lawsuit filed at the Federal High Court in Abuja is anchored on findings from the Auditor General's report on the 2019 general elections. The report highlights multiple irregularities, including undocumented payments, procurement without due approval, and alleged inflation of contract costs. SERAP insists that failure to account for public funds undermines electoral integrity and has called for full disclosure, recovery of funds, and prosecution where necessary. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State has defended the Southeast's growing engagement with the All Progressives Congress, describing it as a strategic shift aimed at repositioning the region politically and economically. Speaking at an APC stakeholders meeting in Enugu, the governor said the region alignment is driven by pragmatic consideration rather than political sentiment. He cited infrastructure projects such as the revival of the Eastern Rail Line and the concessioning of the Enugu Airport as early indicators of federal collaboration. Governor Mbah argued that sustained engagement with the center is critical to addressing long-standing development gaps in Southeast. The Enugu State Police Command says it has dismantled a vehicle theft ring with the arrest of 6 suspects and the recovery of 2 stolen vehicles. Police operatives recovered a Mitsubishi L300 bus stolen on New Year's Eve and arrested 4 suspects alongside an individual who allegedly purchased the vehicle. In the separate operation, a Toyota Camry reported stolen in Lagos was intercepted in Udenu local government area following intelligence from residents. The police command has advised vehicle owners to adopt enhanced security measures, including tracking devices and improved verification before releasing vehicles for repairs. The Kogi State Police Command says scores of bandits have been neutralized during an ongoing joint security operation involving the police, the military, and the police air wing. Authorities say the operation has disrupted criminal networks operating in parts of the state. Those specific locations were not disclosed for security reasons. The command described the operation as part of sustained efforts to degrade the capacity of armed groups. Residents have been urged to cooperate with security agencies by reporting suspicious movements and individuals. A soldier and an officer of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps have been killed in an attack by suspected armed headers in Udeku community, Kwande local government area of Benue State. A community leader confirmed that the attack triggered the displacement of residents and brought economic activities in the area to a standstill. The slain officers were among personnel deployed to stabilize the area following repeated attacks on farmers. Security authorities have confirmed the incident as investigation and reinforcement efforts continue. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors (NAD) has suspended its planned nationwide indefinite strike following an intervention by Vice President Kashim Shettima. The association says the decision was reached after consultations with government officials and in response to a restraining order issued by the National Industrial Court. NAD President Dr. Mohammed Suleiman said the suspension was a temporary measure to allow further engagement on unresolved welfare concerns. Hospitals across the country remain operational as talks between the doctors and the federal government continues. The Kano state government has announced plans to train 50,000 youths in 2026 as part of broader efforts to address unemployment and boost economic productivity. Governor Abba Yusuf disclosed this during the presentation of government empowerment packages to graduates of state-run entrepreneurship institutes. The program is designed to equip participants with vocational and entrepreneurial skills aimed at promoting self-reliance. State officials say the initiative aligns with long-term development goals focused on human capital and inclusive growth. News around the globe comes to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us across all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Tinubu arrives in Abu Dhabi for the Global Leaders 2026 Summit. Members of the public are also reminded that the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has suspended its proposed strike action. And coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, China has reiterated its support for Somalia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And in business, the federal government has unveiled major allocation plans for key agencies. And in entertainment, legal proceedings have commenced following a suit filed by renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie against the Lagos hospital. We'll be right back.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad. The eagles stand as a majestic opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Back. Still on the news, China has reaffirmed its full support for Somalia's territorial integrity. Following a high-level phone conversation between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Somali counterpart, Wang Yi emphasized Beijing's firm backing of Mogadishu's sovereignty and unity while strongly condemning Somaliland's recent engagement with Taiwan, which China described as a violation of the One China principle. The Chinese foreign minister warned against what he termed collusion aimed at advancing separatist ambitions, stressing that China will oppose any moves that undermine Somali's national unity. He assured Somalia of China's continued diplomatic and political support on international platforms. The call followed the postponement of Wang Yi's planned visit to Somalia during his New Year tour of Africa. Chinese officials described the delay as a scheduling issue, insisting it does not signal any shift in bilateral relations between the two long-standing partners. The death toll from ongoing anti-government protests in Iran has risen above 500 according to the Human Rights Activists News Agency. The group reports that at least 490 protesters and 48 security personnel have been killed in 2 weeks of unrest, with more than 10,000 people arrested nationwide. The protests, initially triggered by rising inflation and economic hardship, have escalated into a broader challenge to Iran's clerical leadership. Authorities have intensified crackdowns, branded protesters as armed terrorists, and summoned foreign diplomats over alleged interference. The crisis has drawn international attention, with the United States warning of possible intervention, with Iran threatened retaliation against U.S. interests and Israel. The United Nations has called for restraint as tensions in the Middle East continue to rise. Thousands of supporters of Pakistan's Tehreek-e-Insaf party took to the streets of Karachi demanding the release of former Prime Minister Imran Khan. The rally saw demonstrators waving party flags and chanting slogans against the federal government. Party leaders told supporters that Khan's continued detention represents an attack on democracy and vowed to sustain nationwide protest. They insisted that the former leader's imprisonment is politically motivated and aimed at sidelining him ahead of future elections. Despite heavy security presence, the rally remained largely peaceful. The demonstration underscores the ruling coalition's ongoing challenge as political tensions and economic pressures persist across Pakistan. U.S. President Donald Trump says his administration is consulting with billionaire Elon Musk in restoring internet access in Iran amid a government-imposed blackout. Mr. Trump said Musk's Starlink satellite network could help bypass restrictions and allow protesters to communicate with the outside world. Human rights groups report that hundreds have been killed and thousands detained since the protest began. The Iranian government shut down internet services to curb the spread of information and mobilization. While Starlink has previously been deployed in conflict zones, the move raises diplomatic and security concerns. U.S. officials say options on Iran will be discussed at a high-level briefing scheduled for Tuesday. Now to business news. President Bola Tinubu's 2026 appropriation bill shows that 11 ministries and agencies are set to receive over 1 trillion naira each. The Ministry of Finance leads with 16.7 trillion naira, followed by Budget and Economic Planning at 9.1 trillion naira. The Ministry of Works recorded a 200% increase to 3.49 trillion naira, reflecting renewed focus on road infrastructure. Agriculture and Health also received increased allocation, while the Power Ministry saw its budget cut by nearly half. Aneke received 1.1 trillion naira ahead of future elections. Lawmakers are expected to scrutinize their allocations as concerns grow over inflation, debt servicing, and revenue constraints. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Mr. Adeboyega Oyetola, has called for an immediate ban on wooden boats used for commercial transport across Nigerian waters. He cited recurrent fatal accidents linked to structural failures of wooden vessels. The minister urged state governments to invest in modern fiber and aluminum boats, noting that improved safety and durability. He said federal efforts, including the distribution of 35,000 life jackets in 2025, are undermined by unsafe vessels. Passengers were also advised to refuse unsafe boats and avoid night travel. Mr. Oyetola stressed that safety is critical to the growth of Nigeria's blue economy. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is facing potential legal liabilities totaling 2.27 trillion naira, according to 2024 annual report. Legal claims against the company rose by over 250% within 1 year. The disputes include joint venture disagreements, crude supply contracts, arbitration awards, and debt recovery cases, many inherited from NNPC's former structure. About 475 billion naira have been recognized as likely losses. Analysts warn that adverse court rulings could threaten NNPC's finances and investment plans as it transitions into a commercial entity. And now to sports news. Werder Bremen has confirmed that Nigeria striker Victor Boniface will miss the rest of the 2026 season after opting for knee surgery. The decision followed consultations with specialists in Austria. Boniface made 11 appearances for Bremen during his loan spell from Bayer Leverkusen, but failed to score, registering 2 assists in limited playing time. The surgery will take place in Innsbruck. The club says the loan remains valid until June, with focus now on rehabilitation ahead of next season. Former Super Eagles striker Odion Igalo has defended Victor Osimhen following criticism over an on-field altercation with Ademola Lookman. Igalo described the incident as exaggerated and part of competitive football. Osimhen responded by scoring his 35th international goal in Nigeria's 2-0 win over Algeria, moving closer to Rashidi Yekini's record. He has 4 goals and 2 assists in the tournament. Igalo praised the coaching crew for resolving the issue internally and urged focus on Nigeria's AFCON title push. Inter Milan have reportedly joined the race to sign Fulham defender Calvin Bassey. The Nigerian international has impressed this season, attracting interest from several European clubs. Fulham insists the defender is not for sale mid-season, citing his importance and long-term contract running until 2027. The club signed him from Ajax in 2023. Bassey is currently on AFCON duty with Nigeria, with a potential transfer more likely in the summer window. And now in entertainment news, author Chimamanda Adichie and her partner have filed a legal notice against Urake Hospital over the death of her 21-month-old son. They alleged gross medical negligence during diagnostic procedures. The Lagos State government has launched an investigation confirming the suspension of the anesthesiologist involved. The hospital says it is cooperating with authorities. The case has renewed calls for stricter medical accountability in Nigeria. Singer Paul Okoye has stirred controversy after questioning the age and motivations of feminists in a social media post. His comments triggered backlash online. Critics accused the musician of misunderstanding feminism and drawing attention to his personal life. Supporters, however, defended his right to express his views. The debate continues as Okoye remains unapologetic over his remarks. Nollywood actress Regina Chukwu has shared an emotional message online admitting that despite her strength, she still needs comfort at times. The post drew widespread support from fans. The actress, a widow and single mother, has previously spoken about personal hardship, including the loss of her husband and financial struggles. Her message has been praised for highlighting emotional vulnerability and resilience. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in Abu Dhabi to attend the 2026 Global Leaders Summit. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has suspended its planned industrial action. And on the foreign scene, China has reaffirmed its support for Somalia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And in business, President Tinubu has approved significant allocations to key government agencies. And in entertainment, acclaimed writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has initiated legal action against the Lagos hospital over the death of her son. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching. Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflection, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payment, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042, and a beautiful morning to everyone watching today. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose. And bringing you today's share, I am Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
Good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in traffic, even making breakfast, thank you for letting us into your space. This beautiful Monday morning, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and today is Monday, 12th January 2026. And of course, we've got that full package for you today, where we've got our latest news, what's trending, our sport updates, and of course, that special sunrise to help us start our day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is set sail.
Yes, and today's sunrise will be kicking things off with our quote of the day, with was that thoughtful, was that inspired, was that offer insights with whatever we do to keep us well driven, stay focused, and be motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot and tasty.
Yes, and right after that, we'll be giving our weather report covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before you step out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And later, we'll wrap things up by bringing you man of many parts, the sports oracle, the commissioner for enjoyment, and our business news update.
Yes, and now let's move over to our morning show inspiration segment for today. Now today's inspiration segment is coming from Aliko Dangote, a chairman of Dangote Group. And in his quote, he says, "Endeavor to work as hard as possible to attain a new aim with each day that comes by. Don't go to bed until you have achieved something productive." I'm going to take that quote again, coming from Aliko Dangote. And in his quote, he says, "Endeavor to work as hard as possible to attain a new aim with each day that comes by. So don't go to bed without achieving something that is productive." Now what this quote is actually saying is emphasizing daily on discipline and purposeful effort. So Aliko Dangote is encouraging us to set our goals continually, to work as hard as they can each day, and make sure no day ends without progress. Now this message is that success is not built overnight, but through consistent, through productive actions, that you are going to succeed. And no matter how small it is, that every day should be productive. So if you're ending your day each day, you should make sure it's a productive day, and not a day where you wake up and waste your time, or you while away your time. At the end of the day, you go to bed without achieving anything for that day. And Mr. Ochi, I would like to know your thoughts on this quote.
Yeah, like you rightly said, success is a process. You don't just stumble on success, you know. It doesn't just happen. And if Dangote this morning is giving us directives on being sure that we work for that success, make each day count. And you know, since we stepped into 2026, we've been talking about making a plan for the year, setting agenda for the year, you know, draw your plans, plan each day in this year 2026. And Dangote this morning is letting us know that we'll have to work hard for success to come by, and each day has to count. You know, we did talk about, you know, in this new year that one has to take that step. And in taking that step, you don't need to see the end of the staircase. Just take that blind step of faith. Whatever you've mapped out, whatever you set out to do, be an entrepreneur. You know, you are planning on a new enterprise. Just set out about it. Don't wait for the perfect time. And we did say that it is the rough sea that makes a seller, right? The seller doesn't wait for the tides, the stores to come down before they set sail. No, it is those storms, those tides, you know, that give the seller the caps, the feathers, you know. So, as an entrepreneur, you don't wait for everything to align. Set sail. Keep moving. Start today. And Dangote is telling you, let each day in these 365 days count. Like we do always mention, that when the time comes to take stock, the worst thing that will happen to anybody in this year is to be found standing at that same spot. Dangote is telling you that before you go to bed each morning, count your achievements for the day. And what are these achievements? The goals that you set out to attain by the end of 2026. Be a student. What goal have you set for yourself? Perhaps you set out to read 2 paragraphs, a novel, a new book each day. So Dangote is telling you to attain that success, that you have to take stock every day. You must have taken a step closer to your dreams every new morning. And as Dangote is prompting us, let me go to the marketplace as well, because I don't like to move around and not miss that place. You understand? So even if you're in the marketplace and you've been hawking, don't get deterred. What you do is set your plan, make move how to increase from hawking to perhaps getting a wheelbarrow. From the wheelbarrow, get a stall, you know. And if you want to go into business, start from where you are. Life is easier now. With your mobile phone, you can advertise whatever you have. So it's no longer when you were to fill a stall or a warehouse. You just display what you have on your timeline and people would see. So start from there, and as you set about it, take count each day. Success don't just fall. If it happens suddenly, you know, all of a sudden you say, like we always say in our parlance, the guy just blow. If the guy just blow, you will see the guy will blow out. It doesn't last. Any success that is not planned for, that you don't work hard for, you know, or you say it's lucky, it doesn't happen by chance. The likes of Dangote are telling us that it doesn't happen by chance, that it takes meticulous planning, hard work to attain where they are. And we have the chance. There is still time. We are still in the early beginning of January, the first month of the 12th calendar year. So it's time to set sail. It's time to take stock every new day and see what you've achieved. And that's what Dangote is telling us this morning.
All right, thank you very much for that. And while you're being consistent, while you're being productive, please do remember that each new sunrise is a platform for us to grow. It is where we learn something new or try something different. And also, please let us know what this code means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media handles, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Or you can call our phone number 070-3043-7110.
All right, and up next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Yes, we'll be starting off with Oka.
Enugu is feeling warm and bright too. We've got sunny space with clouds drifting by. So sunglasses and cool vibes are a must. The afternoon will be toasty and clear enough to enjoy that stroll to the park.
And in Abakaliki, it's another sun-kissed morning with patches of cloud, little chance of rain and plenty of sunshine to power your day. If you're heading out, a hat and water bottle will thank you later.
And good morning, Imo State. Let's move over to Owerri. Owerri's weather is leaning towards warm and mostly cloudy. A nice break from the full sun, but still hot enough to keep the fan spinning. A comfy day ahead. Whether you're at work or on a weekend chill, please take note.
And in Omahia, Umahia might see some light passing showers or cloudy bursts around midday, but don't let that dampen your spirits. It stays warm and generally dry overall, so it's a great day for indoor or outdoor plants.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at the major headlines across newspaper today from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning to give flesh to the news stories making headlines is Mr. Ares Arum, our in-house analyst. Mr. Ares.
Thank you for having me on the program this morning.
I hope you rested well over the weekend.
Oh, sure. I think it's been a very blissful weekend, and we are all up, sound, and very focused to achieve what we intend to achieve this week.
All right, and Mr. Good Hope, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise once more. How was the weekend?
It was good. Thank you very much.
You're good to go.
Yes.
Ready to kick off.
Very.
What will you be distributing this morning?
Well, from the time we start, and we'll see. We'll just. Yeah.
All right, now to the newspaper today. We have the Nation headline that says, alleged armed discovery, Malami faces probe. And in the Punch paper, the major headline there says, 2026 budget twist, MDAs inject 3.3 trillion naira new project despite federal government freeze. And now on the Vanguard paper, the headline there says, Rivers crisis, why I say dogs are backing for Barra. And over to the Guardian paper. The Guardian headline reads 2026 budget amid revenue uncertainty, vehicles, sundry expenses cut big slices.
All right, and as we know today, the students return back to school, back to books, back to the books. Schools across Nigeria reopen today after Christmas and New Year holidays as students, teachers, and parents kick off the second term of 2025-2026 academic session. Across the country, classrooms are coming alive again, with lessons, assignments, and exams resuming in full swing. Parents are making final preparations, from school fees to textbooks and uniforms, while hoping for a productive and successful term for their children. But the resumption is not without challenges. Rising education costs continue to stretch family budgets. Security concerns remain in some communities, and inadequate school infrastructure affects learning in certain areas. Students must also readjust to structured routines after the extended holiday break. Education authorities are urging vigilance, improved safety measures, and closer collaboration between schools and parents, stressing that coordinated efforts are key to ensuring a safe, smooth, and productive term for all learners nationwide. Mr. Reyes, the students resumes today, is back to school. But amidst resumption, we are looking at let's start from the children perspective before we build up to the bigger issue. The children who are returning to school after the holiday rise, the breaks, moving away from the classrooms after relaxing so much. And this morning, a lot of them wakes up by 10 o'clock. I have nephews and nieces who, during holidays like this, they don't want to be disturbed. When you want to wake them up in the morning, you say, no, that is holiday. Mom is holiday. Nobody needs to disturb us. We've been waking up early. But today, they had to be woken up by 5:30, some 6. New routine. What do you think from the student's perspective? I'm beginning to imagine while I was much younger, and let me tell you a story. I visited a family one time. It was a day like this. The school resumed and they woke the little boy up to go and bathe for school. And next minute, they didn't see the boy again. And the housemates, they were looking for the boy around the house. We moved from kitchen to store to rooms to car trucks, everywhere. Alarm was raised. A boy that was sleeping, that was woken up to go, take a shower, and nobody could find him anywhere. We turned the house upside down. We couldn't get the boy. I don't want to mention his name. So, and we were all wondering, where would this boy be? We've searched everywhere, and then, at one point, there's only one place we never expected to find him. Guess where? In the father's wardrobe. Lying in the wardrobe, covering himself with duvet and bunch of clothes, still sleeping. He doesn't want to go to school that morning. He's been used to the holiday. And today, I know that there were a lot of them.
Oh yeah, just like you said in your story, a lot of them are used to holiday. Meanwhile, you said the school resumed nationwide. Some schools resumed last week. I think the school my children attend resumed last week. They had their beginning of the term test throughout last week. So formally they resumed academic learning from today.
Okay.
And of course, even to wake up early since that last week has been difficult. Even today, they woke up much late and they were hurrying to get them ready. So it's always like that. Children, the moment they have holidays, They relax so much. At the end of the day, they will start all over to begin to acclimatize to the school timetable so that they wake up early. You have to help them, wake them up early, and then engineer them, mold them to do certain necessary things for them to get to school. So it is like that. Children are like that. And that is why the parents are there and they keep doing what they ought to do. If school resumption is inherent with a number of factors, but let me actually hang on for you to call the shots.
Anyways, let me go to Good Hope. I don't know if you one time in your life you hid under the duvet, the wardrobes, or somewhere so you won't go to school or you won't resume.
Well, I think from my own end, I never had such experience because when I was growing up, school was something I looked forward to. You know, being at I just wanted to go to school and do. But at some point after the holiday, like we all experienced, or even some of us experienced, I can tell you that you wouldn't want to go back to school. But when you now pick up, you want to now do everything in school, especially from my days in primary school when I can just remember those days when when you are being okay, go and do this, go and do that so that you can get to school in the morning. Even in secondary school too, it was something I never had a problem with until it's holiday. So when it's holiday, you will now start finding and our holiday is not for rest though. Our holiday is for business. Whatever you can do to maybe bring some support to the house and other things. Not that you understand. So that's what we are. So we sleeping or saying, "Mommy, no, it's holiday. Let me sleep." Who is doing that with you?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so she laughs. It's
like she never liked school.
Like
I never liked school, but then growing up, we had to attend school, whether it's the beginning of after a holiday or during that. But I would say during secondary school, we're not looking forward to going to school. Like I and my siblings were not really looking forward to going to school, but we had no choice. So after the holiday, we already know school is resuming next week, and we're already prepared to resume together with others that are going to school next week. And most times, some people don't even resume this week. They start school like 2 weeks after the resumption date.
1 month after.
Or a month after. Especially when it comes to tertiary universities, where
so what should be responsible for such late resumption?
Laziness.
It's just laziness.
Or they've not removed the feeling.
Parents will let such a child remain at home.
You know, the parents, I will tell you, are not the ones that are just. The students can even depends on the parents. Who like there are some parents who does not even care. There are some, like if you go down to the grassroots places where there are schools, some parents will not even care. And this is something I told you again. It didn't happen to me, but I've seen it happen to some other people, where resumption, the parents are not in support of the child resuming now, because the child may be doing business for them. The child will be going to shop. The child will be trying to get the money and do some good things for them. So that's one thing. So if the parents are not using actually, per se, just if the parents are having the children or the child is doing something for the parents may not want the child to resume week. There are some parents that will even discourage you to tell you, next month you go now, next 2 weeks you start now. Some people will say,
what do we call such parents?
They exist though.
well, some parents are not education conscious. Some do not even believe that education could take their children or themselves anywhere. They didn't go to school. They believe in trading, and they want their children to toe the line of trading, especially when they're teenage after primary education. Some parents. It's only in the recent time that you have after secondary education, parents now want their children to become business person, attach them to their shops, to their respective offices where they do their different businesses, and then start training them on how to do whatever business the parents are doing. It is done. Then you even remember that these days there are some persons who stay beggars on the street. They give birth to children. Their children are not sent to school. Instead, they want to have these children, cling to them, tied to the apron strings on the streets, and continue to beg for alms so as to make their own family, live reasonably. So there's always a two side of it. Some parents actually do not encourage education. In remote communities, a lot of them who did not have an opportunity of seeing education or having education do not mind what happens to their children about education. That is just it. Until most recently, government, communities, people are beginning to, mass educate people to know that education is a bed of rock of development and that children need basic education. They will be better in whatever trade you want to train them if they have basic education at least. And so it's not about going to the university, it's not about going to tertiary institution, but it is like that.
All right.
Yeah.
Now that we've spoken to students, readjusting to the structured routine, after the extended holidays, there are other issues that we'll look at, like, say, the resumption we know is not without challenges. There is rising education costs that continue to stretch family budgets. Security concerns remain in some communities, and inadequate infrastructures affecting learning in certain areas. These are part of the issues that we'll see as schools resume today. Let's look at the issue of cost, the rising cost of education. Even here in most schools, with this resumption, they may hike their fees. This is equally challenging. Parents will have to buy new textbooks. Yeah. You may have to buy new uniforms as well.
Yeah, it is not in doubt that there's been education, tuition hike and other payments being made in school. We have numerous tags, payment tags in the institutions, in the primary school, in the secondary school, and of course in the tertiary institutions. We have various payment tags. So, and the economy of the country is biting. The economy has not been stable. Poverty is digging deeper into the economic environment in Nigeria, for instance. So you find out that the poor is almost getting poorer, and having children, especially a family that has about 5 children in school, is always difficult when school resumes like this, because if you think about their tuition, you think about other things, you think about buying of books. You may have bought textbook during, because this is just the second term. You may have bought textbook during the first term, but you may need to buy other books outside textbooks, and then writing materials and other things. These are all these academic glossaries, groceries. You need to get them, and it is difficult. It is difficult in some families. In fact, about 60% of the families is always, you see parents crying, oh, the children have just resumed, and I'm trying to see how I can pay. And Nigerians have taken to private institutions. Private institutions, you don't go there without money.
So how are they going to cope in the changing times, given the economic situation that we are facing as a people?
It is difficult. I don't know. A lot of people even go about doing what they oughtn't. And some people who have gotten certain things on the ground, some people even sell their land, the landed property. Some sell their cars and so on and so forth to meet up with the education of their children. This is because they know.
But when you were talking, you mentioned the issue of textbooks, and I think it's because of challenges like this that make government, start going into the policy of a situation where the reusable textbooks, would degenerate to a situation where a sibling can no longer reuse a book used by an elder sibling. in Nigeria because they had to give assignments in that particular book. As your children are stepping up, you keep buying new books. And I think the situation like this that made government come out with that policy of reusable textbooks that we are now, we may begin to enjoy and see the profitability in it as well.
So that, it will help families.
Sure.
In terms of expenditure on books.
Growing up, growing up, I know a situation where I had to inherit some textbooks.
And that's
and
exactly.
It becomes challenging that.
That is exactly what
you
I
can't
wanted
see.
to tell
Children don't seem to inherit this thing. You come home, you see piles of textbooks, and the younger one can't use it. They have to buy. They keep changing the textbooks, this and every time.
Well, I think in this kind of situation of textbooks and usability of the textbooks, I will tell you that in my own time, I had to use the textbooks of my elder siblings, and it really helped me a lot because the knowledge, the information, the whole thing was passed down, and it was exactly what they learned when I'm talking about when I was tender. That was what I learned. So now, when you come to the secondary school and you go to the tertiary institutions, you will also notice that right now it is the reusing of textbooks, especially, is not just because they need to reuse the textbook. It's just because the lecturers or the people who are selling needs to make their money. That's the point. Because it's not about them reusing it. It's now
so
about
in
making.
In essence, what you're saying is that these schools, let's look at the primary, the secondary, tertiary, no longer care about the plight of parents.
Of course, they don't. Some of them don't, because that's why they tell you that all you need to do is that the same textbook, all they will do is to change some of the things.
The back.
They don't even, change the back, of course, or maybe just twist some stories inside. That's the narrative changes, and then you have to buy.
Remember, it's not the schools that change them, but they're the authors. And the authors, collude with the schools or the Ministry of Education, as the case may be, those who develop the curriculum. They collude with them to, see that the new textbook is put in use, which amounts to, making the parents go for that to buy new ones. So, but these days, the policies are now, and the education ministries are beginning to think about that, because as when I was in school, primary, secondary school, I used almost everything that my own siblings used. So it wasn't as bad as that. But until most recently it became so bad, and now we're beginning to come into realization that things are no longer rosy, because Nigeria, the economy is hard and biting, and there's nothing else.
I was going to ask you, you're a parent and you have children in
Yes,
school.
of
How are you coping with that challenge?
It's not been easy. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. It's not been easy. Of course, maybe after this program, I have to run to the school to ensure that I get the school fees across to them and all that, because I have not done that.
Okay.
And another thing, do you see the possibility of hikes influenced because of the tax situation in Nigeria, this new tax law that is causing a lot of misunderstanding in the society?
No, you see, it is not even about the new tax law. The new tax law, we have not even seen a greater part of it, because it is still under controversy. But the hike has always been there. Corruption tends to have permeated into all the sectors, and even in schools. If you come there, it's not just about books. They tell you in school we supply toiletries, we pay for lesson, we pay for a whole lot of things outside the tuition. And at the end of the day, what they need to do is to just call a couple of parent-teacher association members, come there and then resolve and reach at certain level. Some of the schools, have dichotomy. If you go to the federal government schools, there are people who do not pay the same thing in terms of tuition with others in the same school. It happens in Nigeria.
It does.
And if you go to the army schools and all that, there is still the same thing. The army children pay less, and then externals who come to actually get the education from there pay higher. So there's this dichotomy in payment of school fees and all other things. Some of these things that parents pay about toiletries and all that, some of the children of the people who own the school, they don't pay.
They amount the bill on the people that, that are not part of this. That are not basically the people in the foundation of the school. I really get, and it happens a lot of times, because talking about school resumption and what we've been seeing based on the economy and the tax law, that, like Mr. Rex has said, we have not seen the greater amount of the tax law. But looking at January itself, it's always challenging, because there's always we have just finished the December season, we have just finished the festive season, so students are now, someone even told me the other day that that they just finished Christmas and the season celebration, that she's looking forward to. She don't know how she can ask the dad and the parents this amount of money, because they have spent a lot. They moved from Enugu to their village. From their village, they moved to another place. So all those things are money. Now, when this person returns to school, I was asking her, okay, what's the plan for January? What are you going to? She said, let's finish the Christmas.
But is it the student that will plan for January or the parents? I think the parents should have something said out. You know, not after doing Odogu during Christmas, Obliba. So then in January, you're looking for where to get loan and other to finance.
That is the inherent thing in the life of the people from this part of the world. Where I'm talking about the southern part of Nigeria, whose population majority are Christians. When during the Yuletide, they do a lot of ceremonies. They spend a lot of money, you know, and the Igbo man most often wants to travel from wherever he is to his village. And when he comes to the village, he hasn't been there for maybe 1 year or more. He must have to show his presence. And all the Umuada and all this, I know the kinsmen, kindred, and they all troop to your house, you know, to say welcome. And in the course of that, they kept giving out.
So, and this will be at the detriment of your children's education.
At the detriment of the family, of course. Yes, that's true.
So how are parents going to cope this January? How are they going to raise the funds for school fees, textbooks, new uniforms, school shoes, new school bags?
It has been there like that. It has been there like that a long while.
And they find a way to solve it.
And they find a way to solve it. That's why I say that some people even sell or borrow, you know, you called about. There are people who are exposed to getting loan, and you know these days, getting loan from online loans is very easy now. So people just get those loans, pay, and then they start working very hard to repay such loans. And sometimes, when you even get the loans, you get into trouble and all that. So this is how they survive.
Okay. Anyways, it's January already. Schools are resuming, so they are looking for those means to survive, because schools has to be paid their fees. Like you did mention, there are a lot of individuals who now attend private schools. You know, unlike the government school where, you know, there could be, you know, some palliative, subsidized education and all that. Like in Enugu where you have smart school education, the government is very much interested in education. They are bringing in everybody. Well, for parents to go and do, what do you call it? Oble. And then come back in January. You go and do Oble and come back in January, and you are running helter-skelter now that school has resumed. Is unfortunate situation, really.
Yeah, well, we could say that even the parents, they could be at fault about that. Like Mr. Rex has always said that this thing happens, but we can also want to tell the parents, or not blame them really, because the children needs to, have the feel of the season. I will tell you, because if you are
the feel of the season at their own detriment.
No,
you should remember that yes, they will be going back to school in January.
It's not like you said. It's not up to them. You said it, that it's not up to them. Okay, you meant that it's not up to them. You said it here, that it's not up to them. It's up to the parents. So if the parents will not, the parents will want to please the child. Some people's parents
please the child at the detriment of the child's future,
because the child wants to. This is the season. Other people are eating rice. Why are we not eating rice? Why are we not having a good time?
So the same child will ask you, other children are going back to school. Why are we
not
not going back to
that
school?
will not direct the child.
Listen, parents will always give their children end of year fun. It is just like that. You see, if you have, it's like a period of holiday. Like in the Western world, the whites will always take a particular period in a year to go for a holiday. Yes. They may even borrow from the bank to do that. Vacation is very, very important in the lives of the Western people. And here in Nigeria and this part of the world, it is there, the Christmas celebration and other local celebrations, are very important. That is the time for you to unwind and then have fun and all that. So you don't look at money.
Yeah.
You might do it. You might do it, have fun. You see, life is anything worth doing is worth doing well. So life is said to be worth living well when at a time.
If Obli is worth doing well, the students resuming school is worth doing well as well.
One time living. So
all right, there are other issues here. As the school resumes, the education authorities are urging vigilance, improves safety measures, and closer collaboration between schools and parents, stressing issues around security. And to bring this home, between 17 and 23rd of November 2025 alone, we had over 300 students who were kidnapped in 2 different schools around the northern states in Nigeria. We even got as far as the unity schools being closed, state governors closing schools, advising parents to take their ways away from school. And now it seems to, after the holiday, schools are resuming again. Let's speak to security of these children who are returning back to school. What measures have we put in place? How are we going to safeguard them against kidnapping, against other security threats that we face as a nation?
The responsibility of security is that of the government. See, how are we? Okay, we as a government.
It's a collective effort.
That's exactly what I'm
urging
saying.
vigilance
it
from
is
everyone.
The responsibility of the government to ensure, especially in a situation where we have insecurity, growing in Nigeria. The government of the day should be able to plan how to secure the lives and property of the people, and then the children or school children inclusive. Now, the kidnap of children, kidnapping has become like a very big business in Nigeria. It's like kidnapping for ransom. Somehow, majority of the children kidnapped in last year, we have not heard about ones that actually died. The kidnappers have been, they have not really been brutal on these children in such a way that we have numerous deaths. If there is any, then it must be almost in error. So, government should track down kidnappers and bandits to the barest minimum so that children will be free to go to school. Otherwise, it's a wrong signal to our education calendar. Very wrong signal. If schools are closed down and the education is not ongoing, it means that we are losing out, because at the time we would have churned out, people who would have been finally educated. We lost out those programs. So, government should step up their security measures to ensure that children go to school and come back and they're free. Then in terms of networking or collaboration, excuse me, the schools, of course in some schools where my children attend, we have security people there. Of course, the military school, so we have a lot of military people in and around the school. And then these days, we're beginning to have security, even local security people in various schools in the communities. Local security people, the people, the forest guard, the what do you call the other one? All of them are all security, recruited by the state and local governments. Then in various places they do hunters in the north. These are security outfits. So I think beefing up that security will help.
All right, and then we'll look at the Safe School initiative as well. I think it's time that we'll go back to the drawing board and, facilitate the enabling environment for this initiative to take off properly, as against what we witnessed before the closure of schools, especially in northern parts of Nigeria. But coming down to where we are, Mr. Ress, yes, I know for safety measures you took your students to a military school, right? But what about other schools around? What are we doing as a people? Are there measures in place, even if there is a security challenge? What is the response time, for those schools to be able to be reached by security operatives, especially the rural community, for example?
That is why I said these guards that's been recruited by the local governments and the state government, they have been trained anyway to be very responsive, respond quickly when there are security breaches. Down here, there doesn't be so much of kidnap, although at various places there are a few skirmishes. We had it is not even about schools, it's about ritual kidnaps. People who kidnap for ritual purpose. So sometimes when children are coming back from school in isolated track roads, they are kidnapped, and that turns to loss. It's not even about ransom. Nobody even asks for ransom. The people who are doing that are those who is alleged to be involved in ritual kidnapping. So the government, the local government, which is the government nearest to the people, should be able to, of course, these days they receive very good money from the Federation account, so they'll be able to recruit more security persons, local security persons, to be at these places and, of course, do surveillance on the roads and all that, so as to stem the problem of to go about ensuring there is security of lives and property, and children, school children inclusive.
Yeah, while you were speaking to safety and issues, something occurred to me. I realized that in Nigeria and this part of the world, that mostly when I see school buses, speaking to the safety of these children, because a number of times when I step out, I see after school hours, I see a lot of these students, walking all by themselves along the road and all that. I know there are a lot of community schools, they go to schools nearby, but something did occur to me that when we see schools and school buses, it's usually associated with private schools. We don't see that usually in government-owned schools as well.
Yes, government have not been able to provide any such transport, especially in this part of the world. I do not know about the other side, but children go to school on their own. Some transport themselves. Some are taken to school by their parents. For instance, I take my children to school. If you have the means. The important thing is that because of the fact that some parents, or most parents, have confidence that their children can go to school and come back and nothing happens to them. That's why they allow their children to go to school and come back. And those others who are skeptical about anything happening to their children, will always want to take them to school, and of course ask them to stay in school until they come back to the school to pick them up. So it becomes from school to home, from home to school, so that you'll be sure if anything happening, it might be such thing will happen before you. If there are some actions you could take to save and salvage the situation, you will take it. You have confidence that you are grown up. There's something you can always do. Yes. So that is the way it is. Transport situation for school children and students has always been that. In the tertiary institution, we have had the tertiary institution buses in institutions that carry people from one campus to the other. We have had that. I don't know how flourishing it is presently, but I know that some schools around here, around Enugu and the southeast, some schools I know used to have buses that shuttle between one campus or the other. But in terms of secondary schools and primary schools, public institutions, there are no buses that carry children. The private schools are the ones that you have. So, and sometimes too, in the area of security, there are people who hire KK riders to take their children to school. And at some point, we have seen a situation where KK riders elope with their children and they are not seen.
And I was even going to ask how many families in this time can afford to, charter a KK that would carry their children. Of course,
very expensive now. But those days we used to have, but even the danger, scares most parents, and they find it very difficult to even ask a KK driver to take their children to school.
All right. There's another issue I'm looking at, the issue of infrastructure, school infrastructures. With the resumption of schools, are we still going to meet dilapidated structures or improve structures? Because this is still an issue. Recently, I still watched a documentary where students are sitting on the floor. I don't want to mention the state or community, where students are still sitting on the floor to learn in this year and time. People sit on the floor to be taught. You have roofs, leaking roofs, no well, good, pleasing to the eye, no good infrastructure, a conducive environment for learning. Are we still going to witness the same scenario as students resume?
Well, we have not completely become developed. There are situations where pupils stay even under mango trees to learn. I have done a research as a journalist, and in one of the research I found out that some places there were children that stay under the mango trees because the structure has been old and dilapidated, that if you even go in there, it might cave in on you. So it is even better, the children are secured under the mango tree than staying inside such structures. So, and there are places where there are no structures at all. And you find that, they're trying to start schooling. Because, can you tell me, there are still places in Nigeria where before you see school, you go to very distant places. Of course, when I was in primary school, I trekked like 2 kilometers to my primary school.
But things have so much improved since
yes,
the money available to the subnationals cannot be compared to the time you speak of.
Yeah.
One expected tremendous improvement.
But then, even as at now, there are some very remote places that still go through this situation that we are talking about. There are. And, but just because of the fact we are in Enugu State, of course, we have not seen such tremendous improvement in the investment in education. We have not seen it. It is unprecedented. The Enugu State have been able to put in so much money in the budget for education, and it is materializing in the building of how many? 260 smart schools. So you see, it is tremendous. Smart schools. When you talk about smart schools, you are talking about when you have schools where
Well,
you have
digital.
unprecedented infrastructure. It's not about building alone.
Yeah.
So I just hope that those smart schools will be fully realized, fully equipped, so that of course, if it is done, it means there's a good school in all the nooks and crannies of Enugu State. And by the next 5 to 10 years, maybe in 15 years to come, you begin to have very smart graduates in this part of the world. That you'll find out they are going to do. I think you have something.
Yeah, the thing is that for the dilapidation and the infrastructure of schools, them meeting it the same way it is, I will tell you that from looking at what has happened last year, how Enugu State government has been able to institute about 260 smart schools. I will tell you that there's this improvement that we are experiencing. But also, there's this school I went to recently, and I nearly it was distasteful because it wasn't what I would even let my enemy go to. The school I'm talking about is not it's just a primary school, and it's not something that I will let even my enemy. You notice that some of the schools that are better, we could say, are the schools in town and the schools that we have in the metropolis. But even the smart schools they are taking good shape, like Mr. Rex has said. But we are talking about something that has to do with not just the structures, but the element of learning, the communication too, and the equipment, the teachers too, getting to communicate to these children, to these students, bringing in the best out of the children, because is what you give them is what is the best. The amount of best you give them is the amount of best they will bring out. So I'm telling you that it's not just about structures, because government should look into the foundational issues that are in education, especially the grassroots side. And it goes beyond infrastructure, I will tell you. It goes beyond infrastructure. It goes into training of the teachers too, getting them acquainted to what is happening, and them carrying on.
Smart school plus smart teachers gives you smart students.
Okay. Okay, we've taken a look at parents having financial pressures and also anxiety of security. Now, when it comes to students, problems that students faces, not only the primary sector but also the tertiary institution. Now they are being introduced to another curriculum, because this is another semester or another term for primary students and the rest. Now, another problem that these students face is when it comes to learning gaps. Now, where they are being introduced to something else, now they find it difficult to comprehend, or they find it difficult to learn. But instead, I'm going to say that in order for them to move ahead with what they are being taught, like gradually, like you said, your children last week, Mr. Rex, that they started with then they call it kick-off test. Yes. What they've learned from they call it beginning of the term test. Yes, because they have done. Yes. So in that way, you can gradually remind them of this is what, and then make them be open to a new curriculum, and this is what you're about to see this term, and in that way the exhaustion for students, they will gradually pick up. So that's what I also have to say concerning this.
All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll go into the news details, the news headlines and analysis.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking a look at our newspapers for today. Now in today's paper, coming from the Vanguard headline, the paper here says, why I say dogs are barking for Bara. And then the Guardian paper says, amid revenue uncertainties, vehicles sundry expenses. And also in the Nation paper, where it reads, Malami faces DSS probe due to the alleged armed discovery. Now today's paper is starting from the Nation headline that says, alleged armed discovery, Malami faces DSS probe. Now, the former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami San, is facing a fresh investigation after operatives reportedly found arms and ammunition at his country home in Kebbi State during a search by the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC. And the discovery has been handed over to the Department of State Services, DSS, for a deeper probe because the items found fall outside EFCC's mandate.
All right. Looking at this headline this morning, for me, one may say it calls for more investigation, and would say naturally say kudos to EFCC for doing their job, continuing investigating why the matter is still in court. Which is where I usually have issue with our approach, to investigation, litigation, and media trials. One would expect that by this time that EFCC have their case put together, but be that as it may, where they are still carrying up more investigation, I suppose as information is, coming out, they are investigating going further. But this morning, the emphasis is no longer on issue around money laundering, or other corruption charges, but issues that has to do with security, where they say arms were discovered in his country home in Kebbi State. Now, one thing that we are not told in the news is the caliber, the quantity, and the make of the ammunition that were discovered in his country home. But why, for me, why make it public at this point in time? EFCC have done the right thing by inviting the DSS, who are supposed to take up the investigation. But why come to the public with this information when we know that there is no conclusive investigation on this? For me, on its own, this may hinder proper investigation. If this could lead to other, sources, but now they hearing this information, they will be taking cover as we speak. Mr. Rice, I don't know if you have a different opinion from
I want you to understand it from the perspective that the information you have is the one that they do want to let you know. You see, sometimes if there are information that could hamper on investigation, they'll keep that behind. The fact is, we want to tell the world that arms have been discovered in somebody's house, and that person is not a security person, not a police, army, DSS, or any of the paramilitaries. So what is he doing with those arms? And they are not arms. They said arms, which means it is not just maybe one gun. It is not about hunting gun or probably the licensed gun which one could be licensed to keep for security reasons in his house. No, it said arms, which means that it is more than one. So it could be many. The information that we are given is not conclusive. So the investigation must have been ongoing. I do not know. Malami is a lawyer. I do not know whether he's a hunter or he's a policeman or a military. Yeah. And I do not know what arms are doing in his house. And I do know that his children are not military personnel. Even if they are, their arms are supposed to be in the military bases. So I don't know what the arms are doing in his house. So want to know whether these arms were planted to indict him or whatever, because anything could happen in a corrupt Nigeria. Anything could happen in a corrupt Nigeria. Therefore, he should also, be answerable to that if arms are found in his house.
Mr. Rest,
Yeah.
Mr. Rest, what I'm asking, don't you think that, yes, we commend the fact that investigation is ongoing, perhaps it's not a hunter's gun, another, we are not told, we are told arms, but I'm saying, is this not a media trial? And you don't see this impeding the investigation. Do remember that there was a point in Nigeria in around 2015 where Dasuki, was said to have stockpile of ammunition, being a national security advisor that left office, that a stockpile of ammunition were found in his environment or under his custody. But to date, we don't know what became of that very issue. Amongst other issues that were, investigated, tried, we didn't know the end of that issue of ammunition that were found in his custody. And again, you are seeing the same scenario here, where why leak it to the media if this is not a media trial?
What do you mean by media trial? Coming out to the media, it means that you are now saying that security issues should not be brought to the media.
No, that's not what we're saying, because there's no conclusive information.
Excuse me, the journalists are out there to scout for news. Remember, sometimes it could be an information that a journalist gets, and he goes in to find out from the agencies. The agencies will say, yes, we found. They'll just concur. Maybe a media person may have come, a journalist will come and say, we have it in good authority that you people found so and so thing in the house of the former Attorney General. How true is this? And of course, a responsible organization will always tell you it is true. So the fact that they said that is found, it does not guarantee or snowball into media trial. You see, when it is media trials, when you begin to say a whole lot of, that is exactly what you said, that most of the information were not given to you. When they give you those information, that's when you are now giving out for people to now try the persons involved in the problem. So, but the information is not loud enough, big enough, holistic. The information is just arms were found. And if, after investigation, it is upon the journalists to follow up. You see, developing stories in Nigeria, our colleagues don't follow up developing stories. Sometimes they allow certain stories to die natural death because somehow they might not think there's something to gain from that. Breaking the news is more important to them than any other thing. That way, they'll couch a very sensational headline, and that solves it. The papers sell online, as the case may be.
All right. We'll still continue to follow up to see how this is brought to a logical conclusion, because if the DSS are invited, one would expect that prosecution should follow suit if, as the Attorney General of the Federation, who is the custodian of the law, is keeping ammunition that is not licensed and a whole catch, if possible, leading to inviting the security agencies to take over the investigation. One would expect that at the end of the day, the real thing, the good thing and the normal thing be done if he is found culpable. Again, let him face the law. Deborah.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now over to the Vanguard paper, where the headline says, "Why I say dogs are backing Fubara." In Rivers State, Governor Similayo Fubara has publicly addressed the intense political crisis unfolding amid impeachment moves against him and his deputy. Speaking at a church service marking Armed Forces Remembrance Day, Fubara explained that his earlier comments about dogs barking when they don't understand was a metaphor for critics reacting without full understanding, and emphasized his calm approach grounded in faith. He urged residents to remain calm and insisted that peace will return to the state despite ongoing tensions with the State House of Assembly, which has initiated impeachment proceedings against him and his deputy over alleged misconduct.
All right, Mr. Rice. you're an expert on the reverse issue.
I don't know what you're talking about when you say I'm an expert. Just your analysis. I do my analysis based on my perspective.
Yes.
So, and the facts available. So, well, Fubara has said because people misunderstood when he said dogs are barking. They misunderstood him and felt that it's a derogatory remark on him. So, but he has cleared the air on that. That is a mere figurative statement. That he figuratively said that those who do not know what the problems are, continue saying things they don't know.
All right, so very well said. Our position on this is that our leaders, be it political leaders, religious leaders, so far as you find yourself as a leader, should be mindful of the words they use against one another and in the public. We should always remember history. When you remember the issue between the Tutsi and the Husis, it was just whistling issues, name callings like this, that degenerated to a decimation of a good population of human beings in that country, what we call genocide today. So our leaders should be mindful of their language. Thank you.
All right, that is all for today's newspaper review here on Sunrise. Now we'll be moving over to Good Hope to give us the sports update.
Thank you very much, Deborah. Like we have seen, Nigeria scaled through the weekend with a win over Algeria. That was the match we all looked up to, and that was the match we all were expecting to see. Of course, it may not have been the best of the performance, but we could say that against Algeria, to play that kind of game against Algeria was something. Mr. Rest, you watched the game. Did you see what we had to come up with? I'm still going to come to Mr. Uche, but
let me to come to me. I didn't watch the match. But congratulations that Nigeria won.
You see, I have always stood my ground when we are talking about the AFCON and the performance of the country in Nigeria. The Super Eagles have excelled. You see, it is on record today that the Super Eagles, this is the first time in a tournament that they have played 5 matches in a row without losing or having a draw.
Of course.
So it is on record.
Yes.
And I earlier have said in these sports updates that Nigeria improves with every match, that they are growing. The team is just getting adopted to good football.
Yes.
You see, when we were talking about Algeria, we were thinking that it's going to be Waterloo for Nigeria.
Of course, I was seeing the match as something that Nigeria would really suffer, but seeing the gameplay, the midfield. Now, if you see the newspaper headline of sports, you're going to see that Iwobi being in the midfield. Like I told us the other day, that what the national coach, what our Nigeria's coach Eluchele did was to reinforce his midfield. There's no better football than the midfield football, and that was what he did. Look at what we have in the newspaper. Line breaker, it will be pass, masterclass, driving past the midfield was what changed the whole game, and Iwobi was not even subbed at all out of the match. Now, Mr. Che, what do you think about looking at Iwobi from his days as an Arsenal player, when he was an Arsenal player, and can you say that he right now he has improved so well, looking at the current situation that surrounds him as a player?
Definitely, if you look at the number of experiences the club that he has moved from, you talk about Arsenal, Fulham, it's expected that he is a player that has matured. He's no longer the young kid that you saw at Arsenal. You know, he has gathered mileage, playing for both teams, but coming into this very AFCON, of course he has played for Nigeria in so many occasions, but coming into this very AFCON, we've seen a more mature Iwobi. But like I did mention the last time we spoke about the Super Eagles, I give kudos to the coach, who has brought out the best in our midfield. And even though I tell you I didn't watch that much, but from the little clips I see of it, I still give kudos to him. I did tell you that you cannot win this very AFCON in Morocco without that midfield being on point. Whenever you see that midfield is destabilized, be rest assured that you are not coming at tops. But kudos to the Super Eagles, and we are still expecting tougher challenge. We are playing Morocco next.
We are on
the host.
By Wednesday. Yes.
No, one thing is when it comes to the resilience, and the psychological bravery of our players, that is not in doubt. I know they would overcome. And when it comes to the home crowd and others, I know they are mentally strong to withstand that. So even though it's going to be a keenly contested match in the field, given to the Moroccans, the Nigeria, I always say, find it difficult with North African team, sorry, you understand, but we've seen a team that is coming into its own.
Yes, we've seen a team that is coming into its own. And by Wednesday, Nigeria is going to play Morocco, and it's going to be something that we are expecting. We're expecting the best of it. I think that's how we are going to take it this morning on Sunrise Sports. Thank you very much. Over to Deborah.
All right, Debbie, and we are moving over to the business update, starting with the Nigerian Stock Market Exchange closed on Friday, January 9th, 2026. The Nigerian exchange continued its impressive start to the year, sustaining an 18-day bullish streak. The market was buoyed by renewed investor demand, particularly in the industrial and consumer goods sector. The all-share index, ASI, closed at 162,298.08 points, an appreciation of 0.93% from Thursday's close. The market capitalization ended at 103.78 trillion naira, gaining approximately 958 billion naira in a single day. The market breadth, which is positive, with 48 gainers against 28 losers. Trading activity we have over 642 million shares that were traded across 43,816 deals with a total value of 18.52 billion naira. Leading the gainers on that day is Industrial Medical Glass IMG, which closed its books on that Friday at 35 naira 20 kobo, making a plus 10 positive adjustment. And then leading the losers again on that same day is Aluminium Extraction, known or traded as ALES, which closed trading on that day at 19 naira 10 kobo, making a minus 9.91 negative adjustment. And then looking at the naira performance as at Friday, January 9, 2026, the naira showed relatively stability with minor fluctuation across both the official and informal market, supported by steady liquidity. The official stability at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the naira opened at 1,424 naira 84 kobo and maintained a tight range throughout the day, closing near the 1,426 mark. And that is it for the Nigerian stock market update. But you are aware that the market has opened this morning and trading has commenced. But please, before you make any investment into the Nigerian capital market, please do consult a financial expert due to the volatility of the market.
All right, thank you very much for that. And yeah, that is all for today's edition on Sunrise on Aneke TV. It's always a pleasure having you on our show. Please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms: Facebook, X, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. I am Deborah Wakaba.
And thank you, Mr. Res Arum, for those in-depth analysis, especially on school resumptions and then the issues on the news headlines this morning.
Thank you.
And the man of many paths, Mr. Goodhope, it's a pleasure to always have you on Sunrise.
Thank you very much.
And I am Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember that on The Insight is where we bring you habits of issues, topics, headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to a very special edition of this segment where we are looking at unpacking the critical agendas shaping Nigeria's future in 2026. As we stand at the threshold of a pivotal year, the federal and state government face immense expectation to deliver transformative progress and economic recovery amid security challenges and public demands. And this morning, helping us to set this agenda for 2026 is Dr. Ruben Onyishi, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State on New Media. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you on the Insight.
Thank you very much, my brother.
All right. Let's just get straight into it. You know, usually before we start setting agenda, you know, I would want to refer to the Igbo people that will always tell you that it's always good to take stock from where you're coming from. And they will usually say in the dialect, and I want to ask you, looking back to 2025, what are these issues, the newsworthy issues that happened in 2025 that you think, in your opinion, will help in shaping our agenda for 2026?
Well, 2025 has been quite eventful. If you take a look at it from, I always start with where I am, which is Enugu State. If you look at what the governor of Enugu State has done in 2025, even taking it from the budget of 2025, where we had 971 billion, and then the budget is met up to 83%. And then you look at activities that have been done. Looking at the smart schools, 260 completed. Looking at the type 2 hospitals, 260 completed. Looking at Enugu A, we had 3 fleets. Then we procured 3 extra, making it 6. And then in this year's budget, we are getting extra 14 to make it 20 fleets. You understand? Look at what the governor is doing. And then that will also give you an idea of what is also happening at the center, the renewed hope agenda of the presidency. And you could see that a lot of economic reforms that are beginning to yield, positive turns. So 2026 was eventful, and it somehow will shape what we are going to have in 2026. If you look at the budget of 2026, for instance, it will also give you an inkling of what the government wants to do. This time around, we have a budget of 1.62 trillion in Enugu State. And if you look at the structure of that budget, you'll find out that it is 80-20. It's not like Maslow's law, 80-20, in the sense that the capex, that's a capital project, is 80%. Then recurrent expenditure is 20%. And that tells you where the government is headed for. That this is about infrastructural development. You understand? And the social services, like in education. Education has 32% of the budget. So that tells you that the government is development oriented. We want to create, build infrastructures, and then attract investors, because there are, if you look at the 3 cardinal objectives of this government, is to rev up the GDP from where we met it, which was 4.4 billion, to $30 billion. That's the GDP. And then make Enugu the first choice of investment destination. Because we are creating ease of doing business and attracting, investors. And then ultimately to eradicate poverty and reduce it to 0% headcount index. That's what the government wants to do. So you find out that the target is geared towards getting these objectives realized. And that's why you see in the budget, you see the kind of budget we have, where 80% is devoted to capital projects and 20% is only to recurrent expenditure. So which means that the government is infrastructure oriented. They want to put things in place, drive the economy, and make it a thriving one for the citizen. That is what the government is doing, and that's what shaped. You look at 2025, you find out that it is, we call this budget of renewed momentum. You understand? Tells you that we are building on what we have already established. All right.
All right. You know, usually is difficult when one is, you know, when one encounter men like you without wanting to dance at the state level first before, you know, beating the drums out. But this morning, I will draw you out a bit from Enugu State. Then when we come back, we'll X-ray Enugu State. So yes,
Okay.
I would agree with you.
Because no Enugu State is where I play.
I agree with you.
Yes,
Enugu State, people are really, you
Yes.
know, people are really taking off. Is a renewed momentum,
Yes.
you know, because you become a reference point amongst the subnationals.
Yes.
But let's dance at the national level first.
Okay.
Talking about the issues, you know, that most recently that will dictate the pace as a nation, because I want to look at the agendas, and I'm talking to Dr. Ruben Onyeshi. I want you to set the agenda for the federal government, bearing in mind the happenings around the nation in 2025. And I want to start with one that I know you're quite conversant with, the issue around the tax reform, you know, that has, you know, made the news headlines, and there's still quite a lot of commentaries around it, even starting from the assembly, you know, the National Assembly, where the issues around the framing of the bill, you know, being what was passed, being different from what was gazetted, you know, and then the arguments either to suspend implementation for the investigations and the processes to finish, and then the National Assembly coming out to tell us they are giving us a position on the issue around the budget and all that. I want to get your opinion.
Looking at the tax reform, yes, it has been back and forth. Some persons claiming that what the assembly passed was not what was gazetted. But, you know, there are a lot of misconceptions about the tax reform. Some persons are saying that it's something that is, you know, nobody likes to pay tax in the first place. Nobody likes to pay tax, and that's why we have, even at the state level, a lot of tax evasion. You understand? But then people have to pay tax because it is a civic obligation and one of the sources of revenue for the government. Be that as it may, the tax reform, from what I'm getting from FIRS, they said it is meant to kind of enhance government revenue, and that it will benefit the common man. All right. There are also fillers all over the place that are going to be taxing people. When somebody credits money to your account, they will tax you, and all that. So you have to do right narration and all that. But we have seen that all that is not true. There is no debiting of anyone. I haven't seen I've made some transactions this year, and I haven't seen anything to that effect, unless it's something that is going to be taken at the end of the year. But that be that as it may, I think the idea is to enhance revenue profile for the federal government. You know, a lot of borrowings, you know, to finance the budget. But if we can realize such funding from tax, especially taxing the bigger companies and all that, and I think it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. But the only thing is, when we get the tax, what do we do with it? If it is for the development of the national, the state, I think it's something that is welcome. But like I said, people don't want to pay tax. Nobody wants to pay tax. That's why people always evade tax all over, try to circumvent it. But it has to be paid because it is a source of government revenue and a statutory earning for the government. So that from it we will be able to cushion the effects of, you know, we borrowed a lot. This government has borrowed a lot, and anything borrowed has to be paid. Whether we like it or not, it has to be paid. So we have to pay the tax. Yeah, we have to pay it, no matter how it looks, but we have to pay it. So the government will have access to revenue with which it does its projects. That's my opinion about the tax question.
All right. Your opinion is quite germane, but let me go a little bit further. I know you don't want to be dragged into a lot of this, but you know, people, I think, do not have really have issue with paying taxes, but people complain that when they pay these taxes, they do not see what and where government is, implementing
Channeling
or doing,
it.
yes, channeling these taxes. And a number of times people talk about over taxation, and even your government at the subnational, more often people criticize the good work that you do in name of over taxation in Enugu State as well.
There is no overtaxation in Enugu State. These things are just misconceptions. All right, and this thing was going on. So government had to set up a committee to review the tax issues because people were saying we are being overtaxed and all that. But you know that some of these things are political. The opposition is trying to use it. They're just trying to find a way to get at the governor. And then since they haven't found a way, they are claiming that they are paying much in tax, but I doubt that anybody is being overtaxed. These things are even streamlined in such a way that you don't get to be taxed twice. Like some of these businesses, you pay 34,000 naira. 34,000 naira per annum. You understand? It's not something that is much. It's just something you give for your state. All right, 34,000. Some of them make, it's not even up to profit someone makes in a day. All right, and if you divide it by 365, how much is it? It's nothing to write home about. So, but people will always talk. People will always want to raise issues where there is no issue. And then again, if you pay tax and you see where it is being plumbed, look at all that the government of Peter Mba is doing. For instance, we just flagged off 1,022 roads in Enugu here. Is it not money we used to execute these projects? You understand? The government is building smart secondary schools, more like a mini university in the 17 local governments of Enugu State. Is it not money that is being used for it? If you look at the budget, we are looking at 870 million that revenue that we ought to generate. This is not something that is coming from FAC, but something that has to be internally generated. So do you understand? And then this little contribution, people are complaining. No, I take exception to that. The little you pay in tax, pay because it's a source of government revenue. And this money for a government like Peter Mba, for instance, you could see that everything that we get is being plowed into infrastructural development of the state. That's humongous projects. Look at Enugu A. We are talking about Enugu A. We are getting extra 14 aircrafts. And you also know the economic implication of the Enugu and the jobs that it creates. You understand? Trickling down even to the technician, and then it's a value chain like connectivity, hospitality. That's why we're building a ICC hotel. That hotel is a 5-star hotel, and then look at all the moribund assets that are being revamped in the state. All right. So how do government FAC is nothing to write. FAC is about 300 billion. You understand? If you look at FAC, so FAC cannot even scratch the surface of what the government wants to do. So you can't be talking about federal allocation. We can't every day be waiting for federal allocation. And thank goodness this governor is someone that is creative. He's not just folding his hand, because ordinarily we just fold our hands and say whatever comes to Abuja we use it. But he's not doing that. He's creative, getting funds here and there. For instance, the new Enugu Smart City will yield 300 billion. It has been worked out with mathematical precision that will yield 300 billion to the state government. And it's more like free fund. Apart from the commission we pay, this is about BG we got from Fidelity Bank, which we crystallized in that time it's about 3 years, within which the proceeds of that new Enugu City shall have been realized. Do you understand?
Yeah, Doc,
yes.
One thing, there's no doubt, one thing that is not in doubt about Enugu State is that your governor is project-oriented, but I still want to hold you a bit. When we talk about taxation, many have argued that the poor in the society should be exempted from payments of such taxes. Look at, for example, let's say barrel pushers in Ogbete Market, for example, that such individuals, those who hawk, such individuals should be exempted from, payment of such taxes. Don't you buy into the idea as well?
Well, I don't buy into that idea because, number one, ndị Igbo sịrị obere azụ gbata obere nkụ. Nukwazu, batanuku.
What does that mean?
Do you understand? Fetch according to your ability. To each according to their ability.
Okay.
All right. The battle pushers you are talking about, how much did they pay? That's the question. How much did they pay? So it's nothing to write home about. Maybe 200 naira. Okay. You understand? I'm not sure, but maybe something like that. So there's nothing to write home about. It's just little token that you pay. Like I said, nobody likes to pay tax. Even if you make it to 1 naira, nobody would want to pay.
Okay.
That has been with the people. When we were children, I was a small boy. At times our fathers will start running, kitty, kitty, kitty. I say, where are they running? They say, no talk about the tax collectors, that they have arrived. People will start running. And this thing has caused problem for some communities. For instance, my community, for instance, there was a time they somehow felt that that if you give the number of male people in your place, that they will tax you more. So what they did was that they just said we are 5 in the community, 5, and then they will get tax. They will go and pay tax for 5 people, and if anybody is going to Sukata, you will give him tax paper. A person is going, who come and collect tax clearance. That I don't know. So you are bearing the same name. They just tell you the name in those days.
For example, everybody from that area.
Everybody, yes. Well, for 5 persons. So you can. This is why you go and collect it and all that. In case tax people will stop you on the way. Now, when they were creating words, they say, well, you are just 5 people. We gave them 1 word. If there is any way to even reduce the number of words, they should have done it. They just gave them 1 word. But that some communities of that population, or do you understand, are getting 3 words, are getting 2 words, but we got only 1 because of this attitude. Yeah, okay. So people should comfortably pay this tax, especially when you see that the proceed, where the proceed is going. This government is not extravagant. It's not, nothing is being spent on frivolities. Everything you could see is back is working.
All right.
And they say Peter and Bad, they work with the SIA.
All right, Doc. I would let me still go back at the national level on the issues. We'll come back to this Enugu State. Perhaps we'll close with Enugu State.
Okay.
But I want to bring your attention to the security challenge. The United States government strike in Nigeria as at 25th December 2025, and which possibly they are indicating further actions in Nigeria. I want to get your perspective on that as regards security challenges and our stepping into 2026 because we are setting agenda security-wise for the government.
Yes, what the U.S. did is something that we should appreciate. You understand? Because they are helping us to fight crime. They are helping us, the bandits, the terrorists, you understand, the Boko Haram and all that. The U.S. is helping us to fight these things. U.S. said, well, Nigeria has been placed as a country of concern, special concern, and that Christians are being killed. There's argument that it's not just Christians that are killed, that also Muslims are being killed. And some people are arguing that more Christians are being killed. And you see threats here and there. Perhaps, if not for the U.S. intervention, who knows what would have happened, especially during the New Year. And I learned that some of these terrorists were already, planning to hit somewhere. That is a target, and the U.S. struck immediately. It's a security situation. It's something we have to deal with in this country, because security is key to even anything we are doing. For us as a nation to develop, for us as a nation to do anything, we have to be sure that lives and property are guaranteed. But these are people who, from nowhere, came and start killing people, kidnapping people, killing people, terrorizing the people. So what Donald Trump did for us is something that we should appreciate. You understand? Because since that time, and they are cooperating with Nigerian military. They are cooperating. You can see the cooperation. You understand? And everything is working out fine. And it is welcome. It's a welcome development, because if you leave it that way, the country was, the country was degenerating security-wise. We were neither here nor there. All right, but America coming right away to deal with the Islamic State of West Africa and all these people that are, and it's something that we should appreciate. We even have a lease of new life, because Nigeria, we've been terrorized. People are being killed here and there every day. I never saw such a thing. It's terrible. It's terrible. So, and then look at the various kidnapping. Immediately after that, they started more. I think when Trump made that statement, they started the kidnapping in Niger State and all that, Kwara State and all that. So it's something we have to deal with. It's something we have to deal with, and America is helping us to do that. We appreciate it.
But no, quite impressive is what your government has been able to do in Enugu State. You know, when granted, we must speak about it. You know, the level of security in Enugu State, the provision of drones, the arming of forest guards, the equipment of police, the synergy and the monitoring from the Lion building. You know, it's something that we wish that other states replicate. Perhaps we have had more, you know, more lasting security in and across the federation as well.
Yes, I agree with you, because you see, Peter Mba is a trailblazer. He's a trailblazer, very creative, intelligent, and you know, has foresights and visionary. A visionary person, a visionary governor. So, because we started with, first of all, you know, when we came on board, there was this sit at home. You understand, people were sitting at home and all that on Mondays. So he ended it, stopped it. Because like we say, if our target is to attract investors, investors do not take security risks. They may take financial risks, they may take commercial risks, but they do not take security risks. So how do you bring in an investor who is not sure of his business, who is not sure of even his life? You understand? Because sit at home also had its attendant problems, insecurity. Because if you come out, you'll be killed. Simon Ekman and all that, we are killing people here. If you ever came out, you'll be killed. They killed a woman, a pregnant woman at a New Market because she came out on a sit-at-home day. People were being killed anyhow. The unknown gunmen and all that. But this is someone that has courage. The governor has courage. So he came in and ended it sit-at-home. Because if you look at the economy of Southeast, for instance, it was a parlor state. Southeast was losing a lot on account of sit-at-home. So he ended it. Now, then, apart from that, he set up the DRS, provided about 200 vehicles for DRS, got surveillance cameras with AI embedded cameras installed in them, then started building the command and control center at Government House. It was built, and that command and control center, from there you monitor the entire Enugu State. Whatever that is happening in Enugu State, if you go there now, real time, you will see Ozowani, you will see Ugogo Road, you will see Four Corner, you will see everywhere being monitored. Do you understand? Then he set up the Enugu State Security Trust Fund, because security is something very serious. Security is a business of everyone. So, and the Enugu Security Trust Fund, we're asking people donated to this trust fund. We're asking people to donate 1 naira, 2 naira, you want to have, donate to this security trust fund so that we can get the right equipment. Now, in this year's budget, 11 billion naira is slated for security. You understand? And then we had to acquire the drones. And then, because already we are setting up the Enugu State Forest Guard. They are recruiting more persons. The neighborhood watch, we are recruiting more young men. So that these people will move into the forest and police it and make sure that there are no criminals or kidnappers in our forests. We have to rid our forests of kidnappers. And then the drones, the 2 drones acquired, will be able to go the length and breadth of Enugu State in a short while and get information. Do you understand? Collect information, give information about why the kidnappers are, what they are doing and all that, and the state of affairs of the kidnapped and all that, the security situation. So that is what the governor has done. And let me tell you, it is something that needs to rub off on the nation. It has not been achieved anywhere. The command and control center has not been. Even the one they have in Lagos, I think, is a mini command and control center.
I was going to ask you, yes, when they go for governors' meetings, yes, and they have interactions, don't he advise these other governors to do the same part? Because we have a lasting peace.
Yeah, I agree with you. Every government has its own agenda, but Peter Mba is presenting his administration as a gaze to the other subnationals. This is where we are. This is what we are doing. You can copy. Copy it. It's something good. If you see something good, won't you copy? Copy it. So that's what we're asking. That's what I'm saying. Because Wittenberg is ahead. He's thinking ahead. Look at the smart schools. Who told him to set up the smart schools? Look at the type 2 hospital, bringing healthcare down to the grassroots. So that you have no excuse that you are sick. You have the Chinese child that has no excuse that you are not going to school. There's a bus to convey you to school. School uniform is free. Bag is free. Tablet is free. Education is free. You are entitled to a lunch.
All right.
It's something that's out of the world.
All right. If your openers are watching us, they will be accusing us of campaigning for your government. But
if we are not campaigning, we are just stating the facts.
But before we go on break, I want to bring something to your attention. When you talk about the Enugu Air and in your budget this year, you talk about bringing on board another 20 aircraft, and then we've talked about revitalization of moribund government assets in Enugu State. We've seen the presidential hotel and other investment. But
ICC,
yes,
UPPL,
all right, yeah, lots of them. Yes, lots of them. But the question here is that a lot of persons have accused your government that most of your developments and initiatives, talk about even the bus rapid terminals and then, are all elitist.
Terrible, bad criticism that has nowhere. It has no place in this government. How can it be elitist? You are talking about Enugu A, for instance. Do you know how many jobs Enugu A has created? Is that elitist? It trickles down to even the bus driver.
How does he affect the common man on the street?
The common man on the street, even the electricians will get job. Let me also tell you, this Enugu A they are talking about, don't you have people, the ground staff, and you have those that are flying? Aren't they people that are employed? All right. Now, if you look at the value chain, it connects even hospitality. That's why we are building this hotel, this ICC hotel. In fact, Enugu need about 5,000 keys. Why we are building the hotel is that people, if you are traveling, hotels have to be available, because for people are coming into Enugu State. We are looking at 3 million persons. 3 million persons coming into Enugu State. Where 3 million persons come into a state, do you know the economic implication? Those 3 people will eat, they will shop, they will sleep in hotels. During the bar association conference, 20 million persons, 20,000 persons came into Enugu. Didn't we see the effect? People were confessing, those selling were confessing that they are now selling. Is it not trickling down to the common man? You understand? They will eat now. They go and eat. They will go and shop. Those that to wait, they will sell. Those hotels will sell. The hotel we are building, let me put it in Igbo. Now, the governor set up a tractor assemblage plant that's employing over 500 persons. Is it not people from Enugu that will be employed? The asphalt producing plant that the governor set up that produces 165 tons per hour, do you understand? How many jobs? Over 1,000 jobs created. The hotel presidential jobs are created. The Enugu International Hospital that is nearing completion now, is it not human beings that will? Even the hotel we are talking about, is it not human beings that will work there? Aren't they Enugu people? The ICC now that is ongoing, because by the time Enugu is becoming a conferencing center, by the time all these people come in, do you understand? You find out that the thing will trickle down to everybody. That's what we are doing. What we are doing is that we want to rev up the GDP of the state, so that whatever you are doing, look at Lagos as a subnational. Why is it that people are going to Lagos? You didn't graduate now. If you graduate, you rush to Lagos. Why? Because they hope to get employment. So by the time we bring the multinationals and bring all these companies in Enugu, do you understand? Don't you know the effect? Even down to where we have cassava processing plants and all that. We are registered farmers. People are producing and all that. By the time we set up all these things, aren't they going to get even raw material for their productions, like the companies, the multinationals? So the farmer there already. We have asked farmers in Enugu State. We are building farm estate. Now, those farmers, we say, whatever you produce, government will be the off-taker. We will buy it off from you. Enugu marketing board is there. And they are selling these things cheap to the people. So we have food security.
Right,
so you find out that it trickles everywhere. But people don't think deep. They think that the Enugu A is all about flying, and that's just it. They don't think about the value chain, the effects, and how it goes. Connecting even to the terminals. Look at all the terminals that are built. Now we're going to build more terminals, Ubola for Ogo, Uji, and where again? Falconer. By the time we build all these terminals, aren't there going to be people that are working there? Is it not going to be people? Do you understand?
Right.
And then, yeah, so the whole thing is so interconnected. Right. And what the government is doing is that we want to make Enugu one of the big 3 subnationals. Do you understand? So when you think about where to go, you come to Enugu because whatever you do in Enugu will thrive.
All right.
That's what the government is doing.
Doc, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll speak to the sustainability of these projects.
All right.
Please stay with us.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us on the Insights. And we'll be discussing with Dr. Ruben Onyishi. He is a senior special assistant to the governor of Enugu State on new media, and we've been talking on setting the agenda for 2026. Dr. Ruben, yes. It's been an interesting conversation. Now we've mentioned the Enugu Air. We've talked about lots of projects that's been built, and you've been debunking the issues around these projects being elitist. But before we go to other issues, I want to ask to the sustainability of these projects, because people have raised the issue that tomorrow, perhaps when the governor has done his term and leaves office, is a big challenge in Nigeria, that of sustainability. When government move, another comes in, you see projects being abandoned, you see good initiatives being abandoned. Even the smart school initiative still stand the risk of sustainability. What do you say to these issues?
Okay, thank you very much. Issue of sustainability is something that people should not worry about, because Peter Mba is building institutions, you understand? And when you build institutions will run seamlessly with minimal human interference. You understand? That's it. Institutions will run. Like Peter Mba migrating most of these platforms to EAT platforms. All right. Look at in the area of land administration, we're looking at NGs. You understand? And then Enugu State Geographic Information System. And then in the area of civil service, migrating all the MDAs to EAT platforms. Is building institution. Look at the smart schools, for instance. That's where people have feared that what happens after this government. It's also building the educational institution in such a way that you lock it up, that nobody will disrupt it. Locking it up means by the time now the smart schools have all taken off, and all other schools are collapsed into the smart school. You understand? And is there any government that will come and stop children from going to school?
Definitely not.
So there's no government that will do that. So the smart schools will run, because there are no other schools. It is the smart school that operates. You understand? And it is flowing. The administration and everything is set that in such that. Meanwhile, let me tell you, no matter how we look at it, this is politics. I believe that the person that will replace the governor will be someone that has caught into his vision. I believe so. that has cut into the vision of what he's doing, because the governor is working hard and doing well. And so, if he makes a suggestion of who will replace him, I believe that Ndenugu will endorse it. And if Ndenugu endorses that, which means that this person has cut into this vision. So the area of sustainability is there. But let me also say that in a democracy, it is government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Do you understand? If the people say that this is what they want, no government can circumvent it. It is the people that employ the governor or the government. And the government is working for the people. And so, whatever you are doing, you must do it in the interest of the people. Otherwise, there will be public outcry. Government engages the interest of the people. There is no way you say you are government and the policies are anti-people. If the policies are anti-people, you will see outcry. Do you understand? You see outcry and will be forced to do the right thing. Otherwise, that government will become illegitimate. All right? Government is not working for itself, it's working for the people. And if strong institutions are built, it will even be difficult for anyone to interfere. Because disrupting, if you disrupt the institution or the flow of the institution, it means that you have, at the basis, you shall have destroyed a whole lot. That's what the governor is doing. And you can't do that.
All right.
You can't do that in a democracy.
Well taken, but
yes.
You know, you've made the argument that government is a continuum, and it has to be somebody who has cut into his vision.
Yes.
But you know, given what we're witnessing in Rivers State, for example,
yes.
you wouldn't say that Fubara didn't catch into Wike's vision before he handed over to him, and we are witnessing the sorry scenario in Rivers State.
What is the sorry scenario in Rivers State? Is Wike not working? Wike is working. Fubara. Fubara is working. Fubara is doing wonderfully well. Fubara is doing wonderfully well. What we have there is political crisis. Do you understand? We don't have any economic or development.
Which is a big distraction.
Well, it's not. I don't think it's a distraction to the governor, because the governor is working. He's working. Is he not flagging off commissioning projects all here and there in Rivers State? Right. It's just a political distraction. But it doesn't really go into the heart of what he's doing. He's working, and Wike also worked.
All right.
Wike worked, and Fubara took it from where he is. They are working.
All right.
You understand? But if we should go into the politics of Rivers State, you understand? I have my opinions about that.
We'll leave that for
other
discussion. But now that we're talking politics, part of the issues that will shape 2026 as well, as we are setting agendas, is your governor, your party, you moved away from the PDP, where you got the votes, moved into APC. These are issues that will equally continue to resonate as far as 2026 is concerned. What are your chances in APC in going into 2026 in full as we view to 2027, bearing in mind that APC before now was a persona non grata in Southeast Nigeria?
I wouldn't say that APC is the persona non grata in Southeast. It's just a question of predilection, and you know, the party you want to support. But you know, since Tinubu came in, he has realigned the APC, and the APC is no longer regionalized as such, and it's a people-oriented party. And you could see that's he made it a bride to the subnationals, and you see that the governors are embracing APC. APC is gaining popularity. Do you understand? In everywhere, even in Southeast. Do you understand? So it's the rate of its acceptability is becoming high because of what His Excellency President Tinubu has done at the center. But if you are talking about Peter Mba winning his re-election, that of course is not an issue, because when we discussed with His Excellency, he said, look, I'm not really bothered about whether I'm coming back or not. I'm really focused on deliverables. Okay. Do you understand? To deliver to the people. But if after delivering to the people and they say, no, you're not coming back, so be it. But I can assure you that the people of Enugu State, like when we moved from PDP, because one moved, you know what happened to the PDP? I don't need to tell you.
Tell us.
PDP, you don't know what happened, that PDP is in crisis. PDP at Osun State now.
It was the crisis that necessitated your move.
So that's it. We are connecting to the center. We are moving. We moved, yes, because it's crisis reading.
So we do not see a PDP making a comeback.
How? Which comeback with the kind of a crisis he has? Look at Osun State now. There is no candidate. Look at Ekiti State. There is no candidate.
But your party is being accused of orchestrating this crisis.
Which party? APC.
Yes.
How? How did APC? Well, we're in politics. We're in politics. You are going to challenge me. So if I orchestrate crisis to kill you, is it a wrong thing?
All right.
Yes.
Since we are talking
politics, yes.
Since we are talking politics
yes.
now, your party, you held a stakeholders meeting just
yes.
the other day.
Yes.
And okay, just tell us about that stakeholders meeting.
Yes, where the Southeast endorsed Tinubu, endorsed Tinubu for a second term. The APC Southeast endorsing Tinubu for a second term. It's worthy why? Because he has performed creditably well. He has discharged himself very well. And Southeast is a major beneficiary of the Tinubu administration. Okay. If you look at the appointments we've had. Because at times people think that it's just when for someone from Southeast becomes president, and that's to me is immaterial. Okay? Tinubu is doing a lot for the Southeast. He's doing a lot look at he set up the Southeast Development Commission. You understand? With their budget. And then again, look at even the service chiefs. He appointed our son Ogala from Enugu State was the chief of naval staff. And when Ogala, he appointed Aneke, the chief of Navy staff. You know, these are the things we are looking for. Looking at development, how does it benefit us as a region? This government has benefited us a lot. Look at all the commission. The Minister of Works is from Southeast. Do you understand? These are key ministries. Do you understand? We have service chiefs. So Southeast is not being marginalized in Tinubu's administration. All right? And what we should do is to support Tinubu for his second tenure. Southeast should support Tinubu for his second tenure. So that as by the time we finish, we can negotiate something better from this government. We can negotiate something better.
But Doc,
yes,
it is argued that your stakeholders meeting that was held the other day, was sparked into action because of as a chain reaction to the former declaration of Peter Obi to move into the coalition proper at Aneke Lake.
Yes, let me tell you something. You see, Achebe wrote in his Antis of Savannah, he said that power was galloping nakedly at the street of Kangan, and the goddess of Idemiri, looking at it from the eyes of the storm, came and tied a loincloth of peace and modesty around power's rude waist. If you don't have someone that advises you, you may make a mistake. Obi's declaration is good, but it is not better at this time. Do you understand? In as much as Southeast presidency is something that we all desire, all right, we have to look at the political circumstances and be able to take a position. All right? Right now, why wouldn't you want Tinubu to complete his second tenure? Tinubu he's doing very well, and Southeast is benefiting. Let him complete his second tenure. Obi's declaration is not better at this time. Do you understand? And that's why we need to advise. What the Igbos need now is not fragmented politics. Do you understand? But unity, to galvanize and have a common front. Support Tinubu, galvanize, support Tinubu, and negotiate something out of it. That's what is important. Than that Obi is going there now, because number one, Obi is likely not going to get the ticket. And even if he gets the ticket, we do not vote for him. The North will not even vote for him. Because Southeast vote alone cannot make Obi president. You know that. You cannot make him president. They will not vote for him because power will return to the North. Power will return to the North after Tinubu. And you wouldn't want somebody who will come, even though he tell you he will do one tenure. Did Jonathan not say he will do one tenure? Wasn't there an agreement that he would do one tenure? Did he do one tenure? When he begins to sip from the sweet flagon of power, who would want to relinquish that? All right? So the fact is that we have to, that's what Chibok call political arithmetics. You have to solve that arithmetics and know that, look, yeah, Peter will be our son, we welcome you, but hold on for now. hold on for now. This is not good for us at this point in time, because you are just going there, the likely 80% chances that you will not get the ticket. So hold on, let us Ndigbo now take a common front and support Buhari. I mean support Tinubu. Do you understand? Then from there we negotiate. When power is shifting again, we can negotiate something. Vice presidency, we could negotiate it. And then something good. It's not just about when an Igbo man occupies that position. There are certain things that will come to us that we desire. Do you understand? Not just about an Igbo man occupying the position. Igbo man will eventually occupy the position, but not now.
But Doc,
yes.
People like Professor Patu Tony would differ with you on this issue, but the question, when you talk about political arithmetic, they are saying that this coalition would unsettle the political equation in Southeast, especially in Enugu State, and that it may affect your chances in going into 2027 as well.
My chances at the state?
Yes, at the subnational level as well.
I laugh. How will it affect the coalition?
Yes.
The coalition will affect my chances. With all that Peter Mba has done, do you think that anybody can upstage him in Enugu State? Let's tell ourselves the truth. Who is that person? Where is he coming from? I want to know where is the person coming from? Who has done better? Can anybody, when people make these things, I laugh. It's people with short political foresight. If you look at the horizon, you will see that it is bright, very, very bright. The sun is shining brightly for Mba's second term re-election. It's not a negotiable thing. It's not something that anybody will negotiate. Mba will clinch it. If there is anything like third term, Mba will get it.
All right.
Mba will get it.
All right.
So let's know that. Yeah. And then again, you're talking about Tinubu's re-election. Of course, you know that Tinubu would, unless we don't just want to tell ourselves the truth. Where are you coming from?
What is the truth?
Where are we coming from? Look at all the governors. When we talk about structure, people look at how many governors does APC have now? Do you think that in Enugu State now, if Mba says, look at when people, anybody that has political capital in Enugu State move to APC? You know that? And Mba say, look at the direction we are voting.
But it's always argued that all of them have, each of them have just one vote.
Yes, but I have one vote and I have followers.
Okay.
I have followers. There are people who believe in me. Anybody that occupies a political position has followers. Right. And you will tell them where to vote. Right. So all these people will move in that direction. If governor, let me tell you, if governor makes a pronouncement and say, look, this is where we are going, everybody will go. There is no opposition in Enugu. Everybody will go in that direction. So tell me how anybody will upstage Tinubu. We're talking about, we don't want to tell ourselves the truth. And we keep on saying these things. Well, it's good to explore, but I can tell you that nothing is going to come out of the coalition.
All right, Doc, before I let you go, I see how animated you are around these issues when the state is mentioned. But I want to bring you generally back home. This is 2026, and then let's talk about Ndigbo.
Yes.
What will be your agenda for Ndigbo going forward into 2026? Bear in mind, let me lay a little groundwork.
Okay.
We've done well as a people, entrepreneurially. In
Yes.
business, we are doing well.
Yes.
In academies, we are doing well.
Yeah.
But when it comes to issue of leadership, especially political leadership, who seems to be missing the road. So I ask, what will be your agenda for Ndigbo in 2026?
My agenda for Ndigbo in 2026 is, there's a saying that united we stand. We need to unite as Ndigbo. I'm playing national politics against fragmented politics. Ndigbo should unite and speak with one voice that this is where we are. This is the position we are taking. I think it will be good for Ndigbo to unite and say, look, we are supporting Tinubu. We are supporting Tinubu's second tenure. Let him finish. He said, I don't believe in this one tenure thing. One tenure is not even enough for people to exhaust projects that they have and objectives. So we should say, look, let's align, nationally. Let's connect to the center. Play politics at the center. Let's support Tinubu for his second tenure. We will benefit more from it than anything else, because we are not sure. Let me tell you uncertainties. If Obi is going into ADC, Obi will not get that ticket. Obi will not. I can assure you. And if he gets it, like the question I asked, will they not vote for him? They will not. Right. So if we realize that this is the situation, then let us come together and say, okay, look, we are supporting Tinubu for a second tenure and negotiate something out of it. The time for Igbo presidency will come. And when it does come,
when is that time?
Well, the time will come. Let me tell you, if power returns to the north, next time is coming down to the east. Do you understand?
Anyways,
next time we'll have a justification. Do you understand? To say, look, it is our turn.
Doc,
all right?
Doc, for want of time, let's not do that part now. I want to ask, what will be your advice to the federal government, to the state government in this 2026? Where should they improve on?
Well, like in Enugu State, you can see that we are doing well in all ramifications. And what we're asking is, we have a budget to implement, because that budget is everything. If you want to look at where the government is going to, it's the budget. So we need to realize the budget. The 2024 budget was 100% done. 2025 budget, 83% performance, which is excellent. Then this one, which is a huge ticket, big ticket budget, has to be done. And then it means that government has to work hard to realize this. Like His Excellency has said, you know, this Christmas break, this season, we didn't even have any break. He said there will be no break. Everybody must work, because we have 870 million to realize from internally generated revenue. Therefore, so there is nothing for anybody. There is no break. Okay, we need to work hard. And then the federal government, Tinubu, is doing well. Like I said, most of the reforms will begin to yield fruit in the process of time. To understand? So let's support the federal government, especially when the president is thinking good for the country, is doing well. You see, when I told somebody before Tinubu came in, I said, look, this man look at his antecedents in Lagos. He performed. He's a performer. So when we stopped him from performing as president, it's just a question of time.
All right, for once of time, but before I let you go finally, Dr. Ruben Onyeshi, yes. What are we expecting politically? Any moves?
In terms of how? How do you mean?
We're hearing from the grapevine that there are some moves in your corner, personally.
Myself?
Yes. What are we expecting to
Oh, myself, you see, I'm working for, the governor hired me to work for him as a media aide. You understand? And he's my principal. You understand? And he knows that I am. He knows that I am. And if he finds me good anywhere, he can put me there. I don't have any other thing. I'm focused on helping him to realize his objective. So if the governor feels that, look, Ruben, your services are needed here, I'll go there and deliver. You understand?
We're not seeing any posters in 2026.
Well, the fact, like I said, is His Excellency, left for His Excellency to determine. But I'm focused on him. He's my principal.
All right, and that's it for today on The Insight. And we'll be speaking with Dr. Ruben Onyeshi, who is a senior special assistant to the governor of Enugu State on new media. It's been a pleasure speaking with you on The
Thank
Insight.
Thank you very much, Osai.
Yes.
Thank you.
And do remember that on The Insight, your views matter. Let us know what you think about what we've discussed and other issues you think are worthy of conversation on The Insight. Till we'll come your way, same time tomorrow. I'm still your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials.
And welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. And now to the headlines. Nigeria's defense minister pledges decisive action against national security threats. Police arrest 3 suspects in connection with the death of a female lawyer in Abuja. Federal government and ASU set to finalize landmark agreement on Wednesday. River State High Court resumes full judicial activities after Christmas break. And now to the details of the news. The federal government has unveiled a new framework for the maintenance of public infrastructure to prevent premature deterioration of national assets. The initiative, led by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, introduces standard operating procedures for the management of federal buildings and equipment. Architect Chioma Wogobona, Director of Federal Public Asset Maintenance, said the goal is to institutionalize proactive maintenance across all government agencies. The framework stemming from Presidential Executive Order 11 shifts focus from reactive repairs to measurable outcomes. Compliance forms and a detailed maintenance manual have been introduced for all ministries, departments and agencies, creating oversight and accountability for the use of public funds. The government aims to harmonize maintenance practices nationwide, safeguarding the longevity, safety and functionality of federal infrastructure for years to come. Defense Minister General Christopher Musa has reassured Nigerians that the country will overcome current terrorism and banditry challenges. Speaking at an interdenominational service in Abuja for Armed Forces Remembrance Day, he praised the resilience of the nation's security forces and promised continued welfare support for personnel. The service included a direct appeal from Most Reverend Uche Dan Okafor for the military to maintain neutrality amid regional political tensions and ahead of the 2027 general elections. He urged service chiefs to focus on protecting the nation and defending democratic processes. Senate President Godswill Akpabio, represented by Senator Peter Nweboyi, reaffirmed the National Assembly's commitment to national unity and peace. The Nigerian Army has launched an investigation into the death of 13-year-old Timothy Daniel in Ikota Basi, Akwa Ibom State. The boy reportedly died following a confrontation with a soldier stationed at a local petrochemical company on New Year's Day. Captain Lawal Bala Mohammed confirmed that standard procedures are on the way to establish facts. Authorities are urging the public to avoid spreading unverified information that could affect the legal process. The Army emphasized that no conclusion have been drawn and the matter is being treated with the utmost seriousness. The military has expressed condolences to the family and called for calm. The Federal Capital Territory FCT Police Command has arrested 3 suspects in connection with the death of lawyer Princess Chibo in Abuja. The police public relations officer, Ms. Josephine Ade, said the suspects, 2 of whom are brothers, were linked to a notorious armed robbery syndicate operating in the FCT. According to an investigation, the victim was assaulted after refusing to pay ransom while inside a vehicle driven by the suspects on January 5th. She was allegedly pushed out of the moving car along Kubwa Expressway, leading to her death. Stolen items, including her phone, were sold for 120,000 naira, which were shared among the suspects and an accomplice still at large. Police recovered weapons believed to be used in previous crimes, including scissors, knives, and a restraining chain. Investigations continue, with authorities working to apprehend the remaining suspects and uncover additional criminal links. The Enugu State Police Command says it has dismantled a vehicle theft ring with the arrest of 6 suspects and the recovery of 2 stolen vehicles. Police operatives recovered a Mitsubishi L300 was stolen on New Year's Eve and arrested 4 suspects alongside an individual who allegedly purchased the vehicle. In a separate operation, a Toyota Camry reported stolen in Lagos was intercepted in Udenu local government area following intelligence from residents. The police command has advised vehicle owners to adopt enhanced security measures, including tracking devices and improved verification before releasing vehicles for repairs. The federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU are set to formalize a major agreement on Wednesday, January 14th in Abuja. The deal aims to improve teaching conditions, boost industrial harmony, and resolve long-standing disputes in Nigeria's university system. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, and Minister of State, Professor Suwaiba Ahmad, will lead the signing, which is expected to deliver a 40% salary increase for university staff. The initiative is part of President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda to strengthen higher education. The event will bring together university heads, ASU representatives, and development partners. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors (NAD) has suspended its plans nationwide indefinite strike following an intervention by Vice President Kashim Shettima. The association says the decision was reached after consultations with government officials and in response to a restraining order issued by the National Industrial Court. NAD President Dr. Mohammed Suleiman said the suspension was a temporary measure to allow further engagement on unresolved welfare concerns.
Hospitals across the country remain operational as talks between the doctors and the federal government continues. Governor Dauda Lawal has presented certificates to 50 scholarship students of Crescent University at Abeokuta whose awards were delayed for 9 years by previous administrations. The ceremony took place at the government house in Gusau. The delay was attributed to unsettled tuition fees, which have now been cleared. Governor Lawal reaffirmed his commitment to prioritizing education and supporting graduates whose studies were hindered by past government inaction. Last week, the governor also settled a 25 million naira debt for a Zamfara medical graduate from India, enabling him to receive his certificate. The governor has pledged continued attention to education as a key area of focus for his administration. EFCC Chairman Mr. Ola Olukoyede has dismissed claims that the agency's investigation into former Attorney General Abubakar Malami is a personal vendetta. Speaking on Channels Television, he said the case predates his tenure, having begun 2.5 years ago after the Buhari administration ended. Mr. Olukoyede stated that the commission is conducting a thorough professional investigation based on evidence rather than political considerations. He emphasized that no individual, regardless of rank, is above the law. The FCC remains committed to asset recovery and impartial justice. While Malami has yet to provide evidence countering allegations, the Commission continues to pursue the matter on the strict due process guidelines. Former Senator Ishaku Abo has been cleared of rape allegations following a police investigation. The Nigerian Police Force Criminal Investigation Department found no credible evidence to support claims made in a 2025 petition regarding an incident at Abo's Abuja residence. Investigators cited medical examination and witness testimony confirming no sexual assault occurred. A delay in reporting the case and inconsistencies in the complainant's account also informed the decision. All searches and forensic efforts returned negative results with the absence of incriminating evidence. Authorities have formally closed the case, exonerating the former senator of all charges. The All Progressive Congress APC governorship candidate in Osun State, Mr. Bola Oyebamiji, has expressed the confidence in winning the August 8, 2026 election. Speaking in Osogbo, he dismissed threats from incumbent Governor Ademola Adeleke and assured supporters of a peaceful campaign. Mr. Oyebanji cited 2022 poll data showing strong youth support and announced plans for extensive grassroots mobilization across the state. He emphasized coordination as key to victory. While projecting confidence, the APC candidate acknowledged that other contenders remain active. News across the country is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us across all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. The First Minister emphasizes ongoing efforts to tackle national security threats. Police continue investigation after arrest of 3 suspects in Abuja lawyer's death. Federal government announced set to conclude key agreements on Wednesday. And coming up shortly, River State High Court resumes after Christmas vacation. We'll be right back.
Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it, move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Still on the news, judges of the River State High Court have resumed work following the end of the Christmas vacation. The Chief Judge of River State, Justice Simeon Chibuzo Madi, had earlier announced the court's Christmas break would run from Thursday, December 23, 2025 to Friday, January 9, 2026. A statement from the Chief Registrar, David Ihuamaduenyi, reminded the public that full judicial activities resumed on Monday, January 12, 2026. The Chief Judge urged lawyers, litigants, and the general public to take note of the resumption and comply with court schedules. Court officials confirmed that all divisions of the High Court, including criminal, civil, and commercial benches, have recommenced operations. Routine hearings and case management sessions are ongoing as the judiciary seeks to clear backlog from the holiday period. The Osun State government has suspended all dealings with the state chapter of the National Youth Council of Nigeria (NYCN) over leadership disputes and allegations of financial mismanagement. The Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Mr. Kolabo Alimi, who announced the move, cited deepening feuds within the council that threaten youth development initiatives as the reason. A three-man investigative committee has been constituted to probe the internal crisis and submit a report on findings. The suspension aligns with a 2025 federal directive that withdrew the national NYCN's registration due to persistent infighting and corruption. The government confirmed that all official interactions with the NYCN in Osun will remain suspended until the investigation concludes. Mr. Alimi stated that the policy aims to restore transparency and accountability while ensuring future youth leadership is guided by integrity rather than internal conflicts. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has launched a program to train 50,000 youths in vocational skills in 2026, aiming to reduce unemployment. Speaking at a graduation for over 2,000 trainees, the governor emphasized the shift toward economic self-reliance and productive engagement for young people. The initiative is part of the state's broader digital transformation agenda, which seeks to make 1.5 million residents digitally literate by 2027. Training will be conducted across 8 entrepreneurship institutes covering technical, artisanal, and digital skills. Governor Yusuf announced that graduates will receive empowerment packages and startup kits to launch their own businesses. He reiterated that youth development remains central to the state's economic growth strategy and human capital investment. The Semi-Area Command of the Nigerian Customs Service closed 2025 with revenue of 15.6 billion naira, a 117% increase from 7.2 billion naira in 2024. Comptroller Wale Adenuga credited the growth to the one-stop shop initiative and streamlined checkpoints along the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. December alone accounted for 3.6 billion naira in collections, marking a record month. The surge reflects improved efficiency in processing, legitimate trade, and reducing delays for importers and exporters. The command also strengthened enforcement against smuggling, intercepting 685 parcels of marijuana, nearly 500 packs of tramadol, and 2,000 packs of high-dosage unregulated sildenafil. The Lagos State government is shifting its coastal development policy from one-off land sales to a long-term profit-sharing model with developers. Commissioner Dayo Alebiosu said previous lump sum sales failed to capture land value appreciation, and the new model will allow the state to share revenue as assets increase in value. The government will collect administrative fees and enter into revenue sharing arrangements, reducing upfront costs for developers while boosting state revenue. Alebiosu cited examples where land values more than quadrupled within 2 years, emphasizing the need for sustainable frameworks. Planned projects for 2026 include Odogun waterfront housing development and modernized water transport facilities. The initiative is expected to generate jobs and stimulate local economic activity while funding infrastructure improvements along Lagos Blue economic corridors.
The federal government has inaugurated a 40 billion naira CCTV monitoring center on the Third Mainland Bridge, Lagos, constructed by China's Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, CCECC. The Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, said the project is part of a broader rehabilitation of the bridge, which had deteriorated prior to the current administration. The works included resurfacing the bridge and replacing expansion joints to ensure safety and longevity. Mr. Umahi noted that Lagos residents have praised the quality of the rehabilitation, which complements ongoing maintenance and traffic monitoring initiatives. The CCTV center will be supported with a patrol boat and 2 Hilux vehicles handed over to the police for real-time monitoring. Authorities say the project will enhance security, manage traffic flow, and protect critical infrastructure on one of Africa's busiest bridges. The federal government has commenced a strategic review of tariff policy to promote local production, protect domestic industries, and reduce business costs. The initiative follows a meeting between the Tariffs Review Board and Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Doris Usoka Aneke, to evaluate existing regimes against rising production and forex pressures. Dr. Usoka Aneke said the review aligns with the industrialization agenda and aims to balance the facilitation of essential imports with the growth of local value chains. The government intends to reposition tariffs as tools for development rather than barriers to productivity. The policy will focus on enhancing competitiveness, encouraging local manufacturing, and supporting key sectors of the economy. Authorities stress that data-driven reforms will underpin efforts to create a more resilient and inclusive industrial landscape in Nigeria. Algeria head coach Vladimir Petkovic admitted that Nigeria deservedly outplayed his team, citing the Super Eagles' physical strength and tactical discipline as the decisive factors. Victor Osimhen opened the scoring and assisted Akko Adams for the second goal, effectively neutralizing Algeria's attack. Despite attempts to fight back in the second half, Algeria could not breach Nigeria's defense, ending their tournament run. Nigeria now prepares for the semi-final against host nation Morocco on Wednesday. The Super Eagles entered the last 4 as favorites, buoyed by world-class talent and strong team cohesion, while Algeria faces a period of rebuilding after the defeat. Nigerian musician Rema won 3 major awards at the 9th All-Africa Music Awards in Lagos, including Artist of the Year, Best Male Artist in West Africa, and Best African Artist in R&B Soul. The 24-year-old outperformed stars such as Burna Boy, Wizkid, and Davido during the ceremony at Echo Hotel's Convention Center. Other Nigerian winners included Burna Boy for Album of the Year with No Sign of Weakness, Charlie Poppy for Song of the Year, Fino as Best African Artist in Hip Hop, and Jemmy Alade for Best Soundtrack. The awards highlighted Nigeria's continued dominance in the continental musical scene. The event also recognized international talent, with Singuela from Congo and Tanzania's Jux winning top regional categories. Afrima 2026 showcased Africa's musical diversity and reinforced the continent's growing global influence. Super Eagles forward Victor Boniface underwent knee surgery on Saturday, coinciding with Nigeria's 2-0 win over Algeria in the AFCON quarter-final. The Bayer Leverkusen striker, currently on loan at Werder Bremen, will miss the remainder of the season due to the injury. The national team shared a video message expressing support for Boniface, emphasizing unity and encouragement during his recovery. Teammates including Samuel Chukwueze and Alko Adams highlighted his continued influence on the squad despite limited appearances this season. Boniface's loan contract remains active until June 30, 2026, ensuring full medical support from Werder Bremen. The Super Eagles carry his spirit into the semi-finals against Morocco, demonstrating them team solidarity and individual setbacks. African Magic has opened submissions for the 12th African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards, inviting filmmakers and TV content creators to submit works released in 2025. The deadline for entries is February 15, 2026 for feature films and series across cinemas, streaming platforms, or linear television.
The 2026 edition introduces new categories for indigenous languages in North and Central Africa, expanding representation and cultural diversity. A total of 32 awards will be presented, including both jury-decided and audience-voted categories. The grand finale will be held in Lagos in May 2026, featuring red carpets, glamour, and special honors like the Lifetime Achievement and Trailblazer Awards. Organizers say the event reinforces Africa's storytelling heritage and celebrates creative excellence across the continent. Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has reconciled publicly with her ex-husband during an event in Umahia, Abia State. Viral footage showed the actress kneeling to apologize before embracing her former spouse, sparking widespread debate on social media. The reunion follows a public scandal involving prominent clergyman Pastor Chris Okafor, who Ogala accused of financial exploitation and sharing explicit content without consent. Okafor later apologized, after which Ogala stated she had forgiven him. Netizens remain divided on the reconciliation, with some questioning its sincerity and timing. Despite mixed reactions, Ogala continues to dominate headlines, navigating public scrutiny while reshaping her personal and professional narratives. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Nigeria's Defense Minister General Christopher Musa has vowed to strengthen efforts against national security threats across the country. The minister emphasized that the armed forces remain committed to protecting lives and property while ensuring stability in all regions facing security challenges. Police in Abuja have arrested 3 suspects in connection with the killing of a female lawyer. Investigations are ongoing, with authorities assuring the public that all leads will be thoroughly pursued to bring the perpetrators to justice. The federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, are set to finalize a landmark agreement on Wednesday. The deal is expected to address long-standing issues related to university funding, salaries, and working conditions, bringing an end to years of recurring strikes. Judges of the Rivers State High Court have resumed full judicial activities following the Christmas vacation. Court officials have confirmed that all criminal, civil, and commercial cases are now back on schedule, with lawyers and litigants all to comply with the resumed court calendar. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness report, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hey everyone, we are out on the street today asking people a simple question: which celebrity inspires them the most and why? Let's hear what they have to say.
And the celebrity that inspires me is a lot, just as all of us we know now, Mercy Chinwo, but it's just I like her danceable show. But when we talk about worship, I like Steve Crown. Yes, and that of there are many of them. Just I don't even know their name a lot. There are many of them actually. So these are the musicians, the celebrity that inspires me a lot, because it leads me to worship God more and more and come to know Him more.
The celebrity that inspires me the most is Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ is the Savior of the world, and with Him coming to the earth to die for our sin is an inspiration. So He inspires us with His life, the way the way He came to the world to die and save the people from sin and put us in the right path, on the right path rather, is an inspiration. So I am so inspired to be like Him, to be great like Him. and to live a life like him.
Chinyere Doma. I love the way she sings and her songs tags more. I feel there's more to her songs. It has more impartation. I love her song because it's good. At least whenever I listen to her songs, it elevates my spirit. So,
to me, I choose Yemi Alade. And why? Because I choose her because she's not the person that loves doing noisy things. She's the kind of person that she loves being calm. She didn't do show off. She's the kind of lady that respects herself. And why I think so she do that today is because maybe because her mom is an evil person and she behaved like one of us. You know, Yemi Alade will buy a car today. She will tell you, nobody will knows what happened in his family. She will keep everything privately. Okay, I'm not going to put anybody, I'm not going to mention people's name, but you know them when you see them. Anything in social media, you know them. I just love her because she's not a kind of person that is trying to like put herself to other people, like just to be like this person. She just wants to be herself, not to look like what people are buying car, buying house. I want to be like other people. She's not like that. That's why I choose her. But when it comes to male celebrities, I also choose Davido. He's the kind of person that helps people. Even when on stage, if he's performing and you went there and you want to embrace him, he will encourage you and he will still look for something to do for you. You understand? That is why I choose Davido and Yemi Alade.
For me, that would be Genevieve Naji. Yeah, I just love her, like her lifestyle, her really calm demeanor, and also she's not so much in like the public eye, and she's popular obviously, but she's not like so much in the public eye, and I love that.
Wow, it's amazing to see how different people find inspiration in so many celebrities, from actors and musicians to activities. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more street interviews. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? It is an uncensored moment that we're having in today's show with the Commission of Enjoyment. Well, my vibe this morning is the Monday vibe. You know, we are making money Monday. That is just what I'm going to tell you today, that we're making money Monday. And why I say this uncensored is because today it happened over the weekend. In today's edition of entertainment, I want to tell you that you are not going to lose any news. You're not going to lose any gist, any data for what we bring your way. Remember that there's no other thing that I do than to bring you to the best of this. And stay tuned, stay right there. I'm going to take you on right now. First of all, we talked that over the weekend, African Magic Awards was, what came on board yesterday. And I'm telling you that this award was hosted by Fast the Bad Guy. Somebody shout, Fast the Bad Guy. 1, 2, ready, go. Fast the Bad Guy. Yesterday, the award took place, and a lot of people had to win so many things. A lot of people won what we could say that is just and a way of encouragement to the guys who have done a lot in the industry to create moments and magic moments. You see, this is the African magic. This guy has won many things. And moving on from that, I'm telling you that Baby Is It a Crime from Rema has to back 3 awards. Baby Is It a Crime from Rema won 3 awards yesterday. Rema had to, not just is he just headlined the show, but he was one of the men of the moment, men of the magic. I can tell you that he won 3 awards. That song, Baby Is It a Crime. Baby, I can't remember the song particularly. I think is that song that tells you, oh, to mommy, like what is all this? I don't know, but I'm telling you that this song won 3 awards yesterday, and then that's on that same like King Maddie, because her name is spelled as King. She won her own awards yesterday. She won the Young Artist of the Year, and with all the other people who were there present to, Fino too. Fino had to, give her own share of the game while he performed his hit songs. Looking at Fino on that stage, I will tell you that Afrima has gone so wide, and it has made a mark in the history of events that has been happening in Nigeria. Well, Queen of Afrobeat was there. She was there. Someone told me that she must have, done some things that would have